Previously on Forgotten.
You are not heroes. None of us are. But maybe, just maybe, you'll remember what it's like. Maybe, just maybe, you'll take your power back where the rest have failed. You'll make them remember.
The gateways must be protected. Find the Kalturo. Find them. Why do you have a bomb?
Right. I do have a bomb.
She holds up her hands. So that's where we left our players. Everyone is standing outside of the museum in what they have been told is the lovely plains of Venus. There are a bunch of people coming and going, and they were just stopped in the middle of the street by a woman. And she looked at Michael and she said to him, "Archangel, never been angels here, not here. They don't. We didn't think you knew how to get here."
You, Lady Angel, where are we?
Michael would turn to Dante and just say, "I've been to a lot of places, but I've never been here."
Tell me more about this gateway you claim to have gone through.
Because here.
Coda will hold out the holographic pendant thing, focus for a moment, and change the hologram to resemble the gateway that they'd stepped through.
Micah looks at it, and now her eyebrows shoot up. You say you went through that one?
Yes.
That's what it looked like.
The options were either go through or Korean horror movie.
And it's sitting there with its little arms crossed, and it has got the saltiest expression on its face. It just has like curmudgeon expression. And when you guys walk in, it just looks at you all, sighs, and says, "Trouble. I knew it. I knew there was going to be trouble today. I woke up and I said, you know what? There's going to be trouble today, Dio." But nobody listens to Dio. Nobody ever listens to Dio when Dio wakes up and said, "There's going to be trouble." Do you know what facility you all escaped from?
There was a small 4-year-old there who was slightly creepy.
He's not creepy.
Very creepy.
Are we talking to her about the ghost child?
See, you would know if you just took the shot.
I just want to see the ingredients list.
Also, Coda got the shot because they had a USB port, and if you hadn't have threatened the little robot, you could have gotten jacked in.
Well, I want the jacked in thing. Hey, London, Coda, tell her I want the jacked in thing.
I don't know. You might give the robot cooties.
Oh, okay. Now we're worried about me giving the robot something, but you're all like, you all shared the same needle. Okay, think about that for a second.
I don't mean to interrupt his. I'm sure he's very upset, and we can take him somewhere later to get him something that'll calm him down. But I need to know.
So these artifacts are just kind of sacred to you and your people. They don't have any other function beyond their cultural importance.
I will tell you that they can be used as weapons.
Of course they can. Michael would not seem surprised by this.
Your color changes are very interesting, Angel. Do humans still disappoint you so?
Michael would kind of arch an eyebrow in surprise, but then she would smirk and say, "Every day."
As you guys are moving through the bazaar, the very crowded bazaar, and on the way down the road, Coda and London, there's a woman that catches your eye, and she's got a fedora on, and the fedora's kind of cocked down over her brow. She's got a pair of sunglasses on, and she passes you, and you just, for whatever reason, you just notice her. E.T., you notice that she is staring at you guys. That her gaze, you are perceptive enough in this moment that you probably got your head on like a swivel as you walk through this place, and she really looks at you before she disappears into the crowd.
What do you mean by interface? What are you talking about? I feel like I'm being misinterpreted here. Find me.
Fine.
Find me a
Because I
little
like
thing
you,
that I
Mika.
can plug in.
Little droid stomps over to John, glares up at him, holds up his arm, holds up a finger, and you see little thing pops out that looks like it'll connect to one of your ports.
Ooh. Well, in front of everybody? All right.
Today, loser.
When in
He says today, loser.
when in dayless Rome, and all right.
London is just like giggling to herself. Is like, he's totally gonna interface in public.
You two feel so bad for Dio right now.
Dio kind of like, he just plugs himself into John really quick. I don't think it's anything because you guys look kind of weird. You're not really like what these place considers, you know, beautiful, but whatever. I'll tell her. Yeah, sure. You get a good look at him? Okay, yeah.
She was wearing a fedora, and E.T. will describe what he saw.
Yeah, people who wear fedoras, they're just like douches. Just douchey people fucking fedora wearers. Like, whatever. All right, come on. What do you think you fucking fly? What do you think you are? Some kind of old school gangster? You fucking fedora? Like, what is that? Anyway, this is what the lady in the museum was talking about. There are just a whole bunch of people having a fantastic time. Some of them have clothes on. Some of them don't have clothes on. People are just, it is hedonism central right here that y'all have just walked into.
John went to the room as soon as he could.
Okay.
He puts that bomb down at the foot of the bed. He's been carrying it since he picked it up. He's going to turn on the shower, strip down, and just get in there and start scrubbing out his ports. And he's probably muffling some. He's probably starts sobbing, but muffling it with a free hand while he's scrubbing the others. John went.
Yeah, and
He's been around too many people for too long. However long we have all been knowing each other, it's been too much, too fast. John puts on a towel. He doesn't dry off. But he puts on the towel and goes to the door.
Okay. He opens the door and there is a shirtless waiter standing there, and the shirtless waiter has on a very fancy tray, there are two strange looking discs. John, you recognize them, they're information discs. And he says, "Hey, pretty. So listen, the top one, your friend said this is your jam. The bottom one, someone told me to give to you. Have a great night."
John takes the one that was apparently sent by somebody else and plugs it in.
John, when you plug this in, a holographic image pops up, and you recognize the man's face. This man should be dead. A deal with him went sour. Your questions are irrelevant, but you and I both know that you owe me a solid. So here's what you're gonna do. You're not gonna do whatever Micah told you to do. Do you understand me, John? You're not gonna do that. Because if you do, I'm gonna make sure all your friends know just what type of guy they're hanging out with. Instead, John, you're gonna leave. You're gonna leave the plains, and you're gonna meet me at the location on this drive. And you're gonna be there alone. Have a great night.
Like, you can actively see that E.T. is currently having an anxiety attack. This is why E.T. stays medicated all the time, because being around people is not something E.T. does. E.T. literally never leaves the house. In this particular moment, this is E.T.'s worst nightmare. And there is no way out. In this particular...
Cthulhu in screen is made by Lucky's Pixel, aka Dante the Glaive. Yeah, so if you too can get your very own Cthulhu by going to Pixel Store.
Pixels Pretties.
It is
Pixels
amazing.
Pretties on Etsy. Go and get your own Cthulhu to murder your players with.
I'm terrified of you right now.
no one's gonna feel any sort of horror or pain of any kind in character. I'm sure everything's gonna be rainbows and
I'm terrified.
A woman in a fedora, wearing hilariously having on a pair of sunglasses because she wears her stunner shades at night. Slowly approaches and see she's smoking what looks like a cigarette. Looks a little different. Smells different from ET's. And she says to you, "Mind if I sit?"
Michael would kind of consider the woman for a second, and then she would incline her head, indicating that she could.
Look, let's just say that there are two sides to every story, and just maybe you had a conversation with Micah. She might have given you the wrong one. That's all I'm saying.
So, are you saying that you're with the Lemmihosa?
I know a couple of them.
You guys are interested in activating portals.
Is that what she told you?
Is that wrong?
That's like saying that the Sanguine is a tavern. I tell you what. How about we try this then? I would be more than happy to have you and your friends speak to someone at the Lemmihosa. All you got to do is tomorrow. How about you come see me? Oh, it was almost seamless.
Almost seamless.
Almost seamless. What's up, everybody? Welcome to episode 3 of Forgotten. The choices we make.
Hello.
We got that. We got that. And Cthulhu. Cthulhu is here.
I'm Cthulhu. I am taking Hesulan's place for today.
Dun, dun, dun.
I'm good with it. You too can have your very own Cthulhu by visiting our very own Dante, aka Pixel store.
I put an ad in the recap, so you're good.
She did put an ad in the recap for it, which is awesome. Eventually, we're just gonna have to send everybody like their own like little crochet animals so they can display them on stream and just have them. Do it, babe. Do it. All right. You guys had the recap. How do you like our fancy new graphics? You guys like that? Isn't that awesome? Shout out to Contra. Seriously, guys, if you need any artwork, logos, Twitch screens, any type of artwork done for your business, your creative content, your fucking YouTube, please call Contra. Dust called Contra. I called Contra. Then I called Contra again. I said other friends to call Contra. Bun has called Contra. Fucking call Contra. just do it. We gotta be shout out to Contra. Yeah.
Chat command is call Contra.
That should be a chat command. Absolutely. We want to give a shout out to Foundry, which is our virtual tabletop that we use for these sessions. Hess and I use it. I believe Banner's going to start using it. I think Bun will probably use it as well. We love it. It's amazing. Shout out to Tom Kratos, who is providing the majority of the maps, at least for my campaign. I know Hess uses a lot of his maps as well. We support him on Patreon. Want to give a shout out to him because, yeah, his maps are pretty fucking dope. There are some other maps that we use. Go ahead, Hess.
He made the fort that you guys are about to go wreck.
Yes.
That's all Friday.
He also made the town that you're currently in.
About to go kick in Fuckatron's castle.
Kicking in Fuckatron's castle door. It's exciting.
Gonna take all this stuff.
Yeah. Dusk, anything you want to plug real quick? Because I know you're doing a lot of podcasting stuff. I think you just did a podcast today.
Yeah, I mean, just find me on Twitter at Dusk vs. Tweak. I post enough stuff there right now, all the podcasts that we're doing. Yeah. So
the entire cast is on Twitter, by the way, so you should definitely follow them. Bun, by the way, is currently playing Mass Effect, and her facial expressions as she plays Mass Effect are fucking gold. So I am going to require you all to go hang out with Bun when you're not hanging out here with us.
A warning, it is a blind playthrough. If anyone spoils anything for Bun, I will banhammer you so fast.
Yeah, real talk.
That's if he beats me to it.
They're actually, I'm pretty sure last night they were taking bets in the Discord to see who would get the first ban.
They're like ninjas. Seriously, the mods love banning people. That's the type of mods you want on your channel. The mods that love fucking banning people. It's great.
It's in my name.
I'm particularly trigger happy as well.
It's true. It's true. Bander has actually been streaming as well lately, doing a little Final Fantasy. We're very excited about that, so make sure that you're following Bander on Twitch as well. We are slowly but surely, so we've got all the graphic stuff done. We're going to start doing these fancy, previously on screens for Dia de Muerto as well, so don't forget to hang out with us on Friday. We are working towards affiliate, so please, please, please tell your friends to smack that follow button. We are almost halfway there. That will be exciting, and then we can hire Contra again and get a whole bunch of emotes and all that fun stuff. I believe, Ben, is that all the housekeeping?
Let's see. You hit Contra, you hit Pixel, you hit Banner, you hit Dusk, you hit Hess. We plugged the Foundry, the Map Maker. Mentioned the stuff that we're working on already. Mentioned the follows.
Charlie is a ghost.
Yes, Charlie is an amazing ghost that currently does not stream, although she will tell you that she's not as amazing as the rest of us and she's full of shit. She's just busy saving the world. It's fine.
True. Charlie's like a scientist, and she's also an amazing RPer. So if you need an RP partner, call Charlie. I'm just pimping Charlie out. I'm just pimping out Charlie.
You guys are too nice. You're too nice.
No,
that's fantastic.
no,
All right,
no.
players, are you guys ready?
No.
Fuck no.
Yeah.
Let's
Oh wait,
do
were we
it.
all saying no?
Let's do it. All right.
Dustin's already in character.
I love it. We previously left our PCs in their rooms in the Sanguine Inn. Let's get the beats going. Still playing? Where my beats at? Here we go.
They don't play in the
Yeah,
apartment, though.
Zeus.
Do they?
Okay. They are currently in their rooms. They can't hear the beats going. And they were having a very serious discussion about what they were going to do in the morning. I know some people in the party were discussing about whether or not they were going to go see the very mysterious fedora woman who came and spoke to Michael. John also had a ghost of the past come in and offer to come see him. So I believe we left off right with Coda rebooting herself, and I will let the party take it from there.
Well, I know for sure at some point Dante definitely would have fallen into bed because, you know, the couple of cosmopolitans he's had, imagine are hitting pretty fucking hard. So I'm just gonna put him like right there.
All right.
London allegedly fell asleep on the couch. So she's sleeping on the couch. It's a comfy couch.
It is a comfy couch. It's a very comfy couch, yeah. What about John, Michael? What are you guys doing?
John fell asleep eating a cup noodle from the cabinets. So.
John, that cup of noodles was like some gourmet shit, man. It was really fucking good, actually. By the way, yeah.
Well, that's probably what put him to sleep.
There you
comfort food.
Okay.
Long day.
A long day of port scrubbing.
Michael, what about you?
Michael would probably be sitting at the table. She would be inspecting her hand.
Charlie, you're fading in and out a little bit.
Yeah.
Tested it beforehand, but no, has to not work. What about now?
Now you're okay.
Okay. Hope it stays that way. Okay. Michael would be sitting at that table there and would be inspecting her hand. Underneath her skin would be kind of like this dark, kind of like worm-like creature moving underneath her skin. And she would be staring at it very intently, but she wouldn't say or.
You cut out a little bit at the end, but I think I caught the most of that. That she's staring at it very intently. Michael, as you sit there and you stare at this worm thing crawling underneath your skin, you're kind of two minds about this. More than likely, one, you probably have a lot of questions as to what the fuck this is. But the longer you stare at it, the more it's going to look familiar to you. It's like when you forget something and you know you've forgotten something and you're trying to remember it again, that annoying feeling, that is the annoying feeling that is kind of just like a splinter in your brain right now the longer that you stare at this gross thing wiggling underneath your skin.
Michael would not be a fan of that at all, even if it seemed kind of familiar. She would take out like one of her smaller dagger knives from somewhere on her person, and she would actually try to cut the worm out of.
Wow. Okay. So,
No.
Okay.
yeah, E.T., you're still hovering in this room. Coda, you're in reboot process, I'm assuming. And E.T., you see Michael pull out a knife and start digging underneath her skin. What do you do?
E.T.'s gonna put down his plate of nachos that he was still eating on the table right beside him and hold out a joint. Like, do you need to relax? Like, you okay?
Michael would stop what she's doing and kind of look up as E.T. offers her the herbal cigarette. And yeah, in air quotes. Thank you, because no one can see me do it. And she would stop what she's doing, and she would kind of realize that like trying to like carve this thing out of her hand isn't really working. So she would take what E.T. offered, and she would just kind of hold it like she wasn't really sure what to do with it.
E.T.'s gonna kind of like lean forward just a little bit. You smoke it.
So Michael would kind of look at her hand that was kind of bloody-ish now, and the worm that was still kind of moving underneath there, and realized that like nothing she could do in that moment was gonna fix what she thought was wrong with her, even though it might have seemed familiar. So she puts the joint between her lips and smokes it. And not like it's like a total amateur would too. I mean, coughed a little bit. But yeah, so she's gonna just sit there after trying to carve.
By the way, it wasn't one of the tier 3 ones. It was literally just one of the like chill ones.
Okay. Good to know.
I have to specify.
Yeah,
What
good
are the
to
ones
know.
you brought from home?
Kind of figured that he kind of figured, she's probably never smoked before, so might go easy.
It was a good call.
Start throwing them into the deep end.
Yeah, she might mutter a few hellfires as she's her joint.
You two's gonna like float to the kitchen and look for a kitchen towel.
There's a kitchen towel. Yeah, there's totally like a little kitchen towel there.
Yeah, you two's gonna grab it and then float back out, hand it to Michael.
Michael is going to take the kitchen towel with a grateful nod, but then she's going to put the towel in her lap for a second and like thrust her hand out at E.T. and be like, "Do you see this?" Just gonna ask him that.
Does E.T. see it?
I mean, it's visible. I mean, I don't know unless Crystal has other ideas.
That's
Okay.
up to you. Tell me. Does she see it? He see it?
Yeah, it's visible, like dark worm that's kind of moving.
E.T.'s gonna look at his own herbal cigarette and then back at her hand and be like, "The fuck is that?"
Michael would seem kind of relieved that E.T. also saw it and it wasn't something she was just seeing. And then she would kind of say, like, quietly, "I don't know. It was there after.
After you woke up or after we got out of the thing?
After we got out of the thing."
Maybe it's part of whatever your remembering shit is. I mean, I couldn't exactly float before then. Apparently now I'm Zeus.
Michael would smile at that. You're definitely probably better. Guy's a dick.
Ichi's gonna be like, you definitely have a lot of stories to tell, don't you?
Michael would smile at that, definitely amused by the question, and she would say, a few.
E.T.'s gonna file that information way later, because E.T.'s real curious about how big of his dick Zeus is. But now is clearly not the time to ask.
Michael would then say, I woke up with no wings, and then I woke up with a bug? Like, she's not sure what it is.
I mean, I woke up out of my house, and then I woke up able to do this shit, so... He's gonna float just a little higher to emphasize his point.
Michael would kind of nod, and then she would ask, so that's the last thing you remember being at home?
I don't leave the house.
Why not?
I just don't.
What are you afraid of?
E.T.'s just gonna take a big drag off of his cigarette and not say anything.
When E.T. does that, Michael kind of mimics his motions and drag off her joint. Forgot that that's what she was doing. And then slowly exhale. She wouldn't push, she would just kind of nod, not push.
E.T. will kind of sit back in the air, just glad that somebody respects boundaries. God damn it, Bander.
Whoever thought that's how the session would start out? E.T. and an angel getting high.
I mean, that's how most sessions are going to start out with E.T.
I mean, it is E.T.
Mm-hmm. Coda, how's that reboot going?
I'm in. About how long would you say it takes?
For Coda to reboot? I will say that is your call.
Quantum hard drives.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking she's not used to the rebooting, so it'll probably take a minute to kind of.
Charlie's trying to fix the audio.
Yeah. I'm so sorry.
It's totally fine.
I'm gonna mute myself.
It'll probably take a minute for her to kind of just figure it out, because normally the reboot would be handled by the code that was written for it, but like for this reboot, it's kind of like some of it has to be done almost manually. Like she has to actually consciously think, and so you guys probably see like later in the reboot at some point, go to just like turn invisible for a second, just as like everything's initializing, and then at some point, because she's still pretty new to it, to like open her mouth and make like old style computer boot up noises, like kind of like the clicking hard drive sound, and
still better than AOL.
I was about to say it. Suddenly Coda sounds like AOL. That
yeah.
Makes like dial-up noises for a second because like fed the wrong data into the wrong input, and it just kind of figures it out, and then after a few minutes stops being a statue and looks and is like, am I doing this right? Is that okay? I think I did it right. And looks and sees them both smoking herbal cigarettes.
And I will say this: when when Coda vanishes, E.T.'s gonna reach over and poke her just once in the cheek to make sure she's still there.
Oh yeah, she'll still be there. Yeah. And then she's rebooted and kind of thoughtful for a moment about something she saw while rebooting. So what'd I miss?
E.T.'s gonna lean over and very quietly whisper in Coda's ear, I got an angel stone.
Nice.
Totally could be in Guinness now. You
All
good?
right. I think so. That was unusual, but everything seems functional. E.T., would you like to go for a walk?
E.T.'s gonna think about that for a second, and for the first time since they woke up and climbed out of the thing, E.T.'s gonna actually put his feet on the ground and go, yeah, sure.
Good. So, and then I look at Michael and make sure that she's still good with, standing there smoking the cigarette and everything before they leave. And everyone else is either not in the room or asleep, I think. So,
Coda, you do notice that Michael is bleeding from the hand.
is that something we should worry about? She just kind of asks the room.
Charlie's gonna throw her computer out the window.
Just a little bit of disconnect with some of the newfound issues.
Understandable. We'll be back. And then she'll lead the way out, preferably out of the noisy area, just kind of out into the streets, if no one stops them.
Yeah, no, you're welcome. Yeah, you're welcome to just have a nice stroll. Nobody's gonna bother you. Yeah, once you kind of leave the of the Sanguine Inn, the music definitely fades. So once you get past the walls, you can't really hear it, and it's a nice evening. There's not a lot of people out, so you get the sense that it's pretty late. So it's you're not. Don't get the sense that you're being trailed. No spidey senses. You're just taking a walk through the neighborhood.
All right. So once they're kind of in a place where it seems reasonably safe to talk, because Coda didn't want to say any of this like anywhere near there. She'll kind of at first she'll very kind of quietly fill ET in on like basically just play the recording of like the memory of like the person saying find the Kaltura and the gaze and all that. Just kind of fill them in on everything up to this point that she hasn't said, because people probably listening. And then we'll say I don't really know yet if I can sleep properly, and even if I could, I don't think I can right now, because she wouldn't say this, but basically she has robo insomnia. But I feel like I should go check out the place that John was told to go.
E.T.'s gonna pull out one of the tier 3 herbal cigarettes and light it at that. And probably take a pretty healthy drag off of it.
Coda will give a moment to process.
I know you've got a new robot existence, but you realize that you're not indestructible, right?
Oh, I know. The this body was built to be disposable. It's not. It's far from indestructible, but it was also built for a very specific purpose, and that purpose is to run. If anyone can run there and back, it'd be me. And, with Edge go invisible for a second and repair, I'm probably also the least likely to be noticed. And
This
besides,
isn't like when we raid in the game.
I know.
On the one hand, like, ET absolutely understands where Coda is coming from, but on the other, like, Coda has been ET's best friend and touchstone for as long as ET can remember. And the idea of her knowingly putting herself in danger, even with all of the caution that he knows she's going to take, like, the idea of giving the okay for it really does not sit well with him. So he's definitely going to take another healthy drag off of the cigarette, and this time he's not going to let it out real quick. He's going to hold it in and let it slowly, like, let the smoke slowly seep out of his nose. If anything looks fucked up, you don't stay. And I'll talk to London and see if she wants to stay and wait for you, because we are going to the temple tomorrow. I don't know what Dante and Michael are going to do, but the Kaltoro is the best option we've got.
Yeah. I don't really trust anyone or anything in this new place except you. And I suppose London, and I don't know if I'd say I trust John, but I know
I trust him to get into trouble.
Fair enough. I trust him to be who I've always known him to be, and I've never known him to be harmful. Well, not knowingly. Well,
He's gonna laugh at that, because he was gonna say there's a lot of ways to be harmful.
but do me a favor, don't say any of this or anything, any sensitive information while in those rooms. I don't trust that. There's a reason I kept it to myself until now.
I figured you've got a reason for everything.
If you need to tell anyone else, make sure that you're somewhere like this, out away from people.
Does ET have his phone on him? Would that have been in the stuff that they picked up?
He does not.
Okay. Y'all figure out a way to let London know.
So the body, I'm assuming, would have had some kind of like built-in like locator chip, like if it gets destroyed or something, it could activate that. We could be able to tell, is that like, does that seem to be still there? And so if she were like in trouble, she could like activate that. And
the only thing you're missing is someone to have the kind of the other end of that. So yes, you have a locator. What you're missing is the beacon, I guess is the right word.
Could Coda like download the whatever, like the frequency to a little like USB thing and
Absolutely.
PT?
Absolutely.
All right. So she'll do that real quick and pull it out, hand it to TT and say, if I'm not back by morning, give London this. It'll help her hopefully find me.
ET will take it and very carefully put it in his hoodie pocket.
If I'm not... Of course. What are friends for?
ET will smile at that, but it's going to be a very small smile that if you didn't know him, you wouldn't notice.
This whole place is so strange, and right now all we have is each other. All of us. Even though we don't really know the others, we know that they're like us. The only thing that we know anything really about is that we're all from the same time, the same place. Well, relatively speaking. Meanwhile, everyone else, and I'm assuming there's not like other people walking down the street or anything.
No, not
really. So it's kind of point in the direction of some building, and so everyone else.
It's fucking weird.
I would have put it a bit more nicely, but yeah.
I don't have to leave the house. I don't have to be nice.
Fair enough.
Although I guess this is leaving the house.
Maybe. For all we know, this could be a dream.
It's a really shitty dream. I'm gonna talk to my dealer.
So yeah, if I'm not back by morning, just...
I'll make sure she has it.
So while ET and Coda have this heart-to-heart, Dante, you were sleeping really good. I mean, it's a pretty good sleep for the the drugs that you got and the amazing cosmos that the strange-looking waiters made you. And you start to dream, and you dream about the most important person in your world, and you remember doing your nightly ritual. And then you get that dream sense that something is wrong. Something is very, very, very wrong. And you remember rushing to get this person. And you remember clutching them to you, and you remember running out of your house. And when you get into the streets, it is absolute, utter chaos. There are people screaming, running. It looks like the sky is on fire. And interestingly enough, when you look up in the sky, you see a bunch of winged beings. And if you were a believer, you could almost swear that they were angels. And you see them flying in the sky, and it looks like they're trying to help people, but you're not sure, and you don't particularly care because you've never been that person. Then the dream shifts in the way that dreams do, in that you're in one place and now you're in another place. And now you don't have those warm fuzzies anymore. Now you are in what appears to be a very dry, arid climate. You'd almost think that you were in Arizona, but this doesn't feel like Arizona. It's just a very dry heat. And there is blood on your hands, and there are dead bodies around you, and there are 4 of them, and you know without a doubt that you have killed these people, and you don't feel bad about it because that's what you do. You're a soldier. And you kind of just roll your shoulders around, and you kind of smirk, and you say under your breath, that's what you get for fucking with a glaive. And your dream will end. And you don't necessarily have to wake up. You can go back to sleep if you like. But that's your dream. You process that for a sec. We'll come back to you. London, you're having a super good nap on that couch, man. That couch is comfy as hell. You also dream. You dream that you are in that cave that you saw when you were in the Hollands back in that base. And This time, you are surrounded by SVT Securities people, and you recognize them. You've worked with these people a dozen times before, but you were all in a sense of panic. And you get the sense that you're in this sense of panic because the place that you thought was safe is not safe anymore. And you don't quite know what to do about that. And you see that you're in front of a computer, and it's pretty high tech, but you're used to working with this type of high tech equipment. And you see that there are lines flashing across your screen, across the screen. And in the way that it's weird in dreams that you can't always read things, you can't really make them out. Like, you know their words, and you're getting that really frustrating feeling of, I'm trying to read something and I can't, but I should be able to read this. Why the hell can't I read this? And someone says to you, they're not going to let us stay here. The gateways are here. And then the dream shifts again. And you go from a sense of panic, of a one sense, to a different sense, in that now you feel like you're being tortured by somebody. Like you've just been taken from the place that you live, and now you are literally being tortured. And you don't quite understand why or what's happening or where you are, but it feels very different from the previous scene. And then it stops and it fades away. And you may or may not wake up, or you may just continue sleeping and go on to dream about unicorns and puppies afterwards. I don't know. That's completely up to you. We'll let you process that. John, you also dream. You dream about the last thing you were doing that you remembered before you woke up in hell with ports that weren't yours and wrong. And you remember kind of just, doing your thing in your room, surrounded by, all that tech goodness. And you get a phone call. And it's from one of your contacts, a guy that you know, that you trust. And he says to you, man, it's all gone wrong. It's all gone wrong. If you got to get out, you got to get out now. And if you got any contacts, like if you got an SVT Securities contact, you better call them, because they're the only people who know where to go. And you're not quite sure what you said after that. But you do know that for once you went from kind of being like, kind of chill and only excited about tech and stuff, to being like, oh shit. Now I'm in some shit, and now I might actually need someone's help. And I don't know if that sits the best with you. And that's it. And that's all you dream about. Dante, let's swing back to you. Does Dante stay awake? Does Dante wake up? How's Dante feeling?
I can tell you Hannah's feeling fucked up.
Sorry, not sorry.
Okay. Dante will wake up. Of course, he's not gonna know what time it is. He kind of wakes up with a start, and he'll look down at his hands, remembering the dream, and you'll kind of just sit up in bed, replaying it. Like, how when you have like an interesting dream, you'll just continuously replay it over and over again. And he hates that switch in the dream. Like, he wants to know more about what happened, and he'll stumble out of bed and go into one of the bathrooms and just wash his face, like put it on the coldest setting and just run it through his face and his hair. And he'll just stand there looking at himself in the mirror. And that he probably does that for a while. Afterwards, he'll probably actually go ahead and run himself a shower, because he doesn't want to go back to sleep.
Dante, like everybody knows how dreams go. Like, you wake up and you kind of remember your dream, and then as time goes on, like, you lose pieces of it. But if it was a really bad nightmare, then some of the nightmare sticks. But you never quite remember your dreams, like, all the way through. This isn't like that. This doesn't fade. This sticks in your brain like a memory.
The whole time he's in the shower, like he's just standing there letting the water run over him, and he just keeps replaying, hoping like some other gateway in his brain will open itself up.
You get a headache. You get a headache and a sense that almost like this pressure in your forehead, the more you think about it, like you're slamming against a door that's closed. And the more you slam against it, the stronger your sense becomes that you might not want to know what's on the other side of it.
He'll probably slam his fist into the wall of the shower out of frustration. And he'll actually sit down on the floor of the shower and just let the water roll over him. And that's where he'll stay for probably at least an hour.
Well, the good news is the water never runs cold. London, you still sleeping? Did you wake up?
Okay, so how long has London actually been asleep is the first question. This is a pertinent question to whether or not she wakes up or not.
Conversations happening. She's probably been asleep for like 20 minutes.
All right, so she finishes that fun dream, and then she has the same dream that she usually has, which means that she wakes up in a night terror, screaming and kicking and pushing herself off the couch. Until like her back hits a wall. And it takes her a couple of minutes to orient herself, but you know, when she does, she kind of like rubs her eyes and realizes that she's awake. And she kind of looks around.
Michael's in the room with you.
She just kind of goes, shit. And then she sees all the blood and is like, what the, you know what? Hold on. And she goes into the kitchen and she makes herself like a double cup of coffee. And looks at John and just stands in the kitchen and drinks her coffee.
Michael, you see London wake up screaming and then go into the kitchen and get some coffee that smells fucking delicious because the coffee here is the bomb because I say so. How do you react to that?
So Michael is, smoking her joint and kind of muttering to herself. I'm talking about no wing, scars, and then she's like, hellfire, fucking bugs. She's like not happy, but like, she's kind of rolling with it though. She's trying not to like stew in that. And the more she kind of mutters, the faster she's like smoking the joint. And then she hears London scream, and that kind of startles her. She kind of jumps up to her feet, and she still has the rag towel that ET gave her pressed to her hand, and she squeezed on it and kind of grimaced, like maybe she forgot that she had carved this hole into her hand. And then she sees London kind of come out and just drink the coffee, and she looks very startled by this, like what's going on in her head, but she also remembers that humans are weird. And she kind of like eyes London for a second, and then she asks, you okay?
Fine, okay.
Michael gives her like a fuck if I know kind of look at this time, but she was like, she pauses for a second and then she asks, did you wake up with bugs too?
Are you talking about the black under the skin thing that noodles around? And as she says this, she like pulls up her sleeve And she's got, noodly black veiny deals going in her arms. This?
Michael kind of looks at that, and she looks at her hand, and like the black worm that's kind of walking, moving under there, and she looks back at London, and she kind of nods.
And London's just gonna be like, yeah, that's normal. And she does bunny fingers around normal. That's normal for me, I guess. According to the Hollands, that's part of my thing or my jam, since I know you love slang. And so she kind of walks over with her coffee mug and looks at Michael's lovely bloody and grabs Michael's wrist to turn it up to see the damage, and is sitting there like drinking her coffee, and is like, that's not gonna work.
Michael pauses as she looks at her hand, and she lets London take it and inspect it, and then she would mutter something after taking a drag from her joint. This is not my jam.
Yeah, I know, Archangel. Giant wings, big knives. That's your jam. But until we can get your jam back, don't dig any more holes.
It can't come out.
Not that way.
Michael would kind of pause and look at her hand, like she was kind of becoming more resigned to whatever this thing was that was inside her. And she would ask London, is it permanent?
Blennon just takes a sip of her coffee and is like, well, from what I remember in the Holland, maybe? Probably more so for me than you. It could, I mean, you're an angel. In this weird whatever, it could literally just be a loner because you can't have wings. I still maintain this is a video game and your wings are DLC.
Michael would arch an eyebrow and then she would ask, DLC?
We have to beat the in-game boss before we can get into the next session. DLC, downloadable content, extra content, the next installment of this wonderful video game that I maintain this is a video game, and I will fight you if you say it's not. Would you like some coffee?
Michael would kind of get a little bit more she would kind of like cheer up a bit at that for a second. And then she would say, oh, like the ports. I just have to get ports like John, and I could download the content of my wings, right?
Something like that. Maybe.
Michael would kind of pause. Go ahead.
I was saying, Lennon makes this really kind of weird face and is like, do you want me to make you some coffee and find the first aid kit?
Michael would kind of pause and she would look at London. You say maybe a lot. I don't think you actually know what you're talking about anymore.
I do say maybe a lot because guaranteeing something is not always a good thing. Would you like the first aid kit? Or would you prefer to bleed all over the floor?
Michael kind of regarded London a bit at the first answer. Like, she kind of respected that London responded with that answer, like kind of giving her the up and down, like, all right. You know, kind of seeing her maybe in a different light, like maybe this human ain't so bad. And then she would just slowly nod and she would say, yeah, I guess I should. And then she'd kind of look at her hand. Probably gonna be another fucking scar.
And London's just like, scars are cool. I hear some women like scars. Those women are usually Krogan. And then she just laughs to herself and just kind of goes into the kitchen to get the first aid kit and make some more coffee.
Michael would kind of pause and she would mutter to herself, Krogan. Krogan like a few times. Like she's trying to place what alien species that is that she's forgotten, and then she's like wondering if it's all part of this, bug thing that she's maybe losing some of her memories about other races now. And she's like getting more and more agitated, and she realizes that she has smoked the entire joint at this point. It is gone, and it hasn't relaxed her at all. She's even more agitated than she was before, and she's just, kind of like, after a while, she kind of throws her hands up, and she's just like, hellfire.
So after a couple of minutes, London comes back in with an extra cup of coffee and the first aid kit under her arm. And probably right about the time that Michael flings her bloody, bleeding hands in the air and spatters blood all over the roof or the ceiling. And London's just like, yeah, at least one of us knows how to do first aid.
Look, if that didn't wake me up, then the constant conversations right next door have woken me up. John, he gets up off the floor, kind of kicks the cup noodle cup to the side. What time is it if John's waking up now?
John, you've been asleep for probably like 30 minutes.
Oh my gosh. All right. He gets up with everybody talking and that bad dream. He walks over to the fridge. He opens it and slams it like 5 times, very passive aggressively, and then heads into the bedroom.
Blended just calls out, nobody told you to sleep in the kitchen.
He didn't answer. He just left. Just boom, 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 boom. Gone. So.
I am dead. I am deceased. R.I.P. me. While all these Pixel is gonna die. While all these amazing shenanigans are going on, E.T. Coda, what's going on with you guys?
After the heart-to-heart, Coda walk E.T. back to the room, make sure he gets there okay, and make sure that everyone else hasn't like burned the place down while they've been gone.
So you all probably walk in right as Michael flings blood on the ceiling. John stalks angrily back to his room, and London yells at John. So you walk back in. Yeah, it's pretty much what you guys walk back into.
All right, so they haven't burned the place down yet. I'm gonna go for a run. I'll be back before morning, probably. See you then. And Coda just nopes out. And as she does, kind of gives E.T. like a look and a nod, like, I'll be safe. See you in the morning. And then off she goes.
We'll come back to the amazing chaos that's happening in this apartment in just a moment. Let's follow Coda. Coda, you go running down the sidewalk, and your little kind of internal Google Maps is, go ahead.
Well, while in the city, because she's gonna be a casual jog, try to look unsuspicious, and then as she gets close to the edge of the city, probably go invisible. Okay.
So yeah, you pretty much, I mean, you can tell when you get to city limits and the way that, city limits kind of look, where, buildings give way to like kind of nature and stuff. It's a nice jog, nice night. And then as you get kind of past the city limits, you'll be jogging, and then you can break into a run whenever you want. But it takes about 20 minutes, and now the city is kind of in the rear view, and you start to see that in the distance that the sky is shifting colors. It's weird. It almost looks like you're looking through a bubble. Like there's this ripply effect going on, and past the ripply effect where you see night, past that now you see light, and it's kind of a weird view. And Coda keeps running. She stopped.
Yeah, she'll at some point past the city drop the invisibility and break out in a sprint, and then sometime before she gets to the bubble edge of the trees, she'll go invisible again.
Okay.
But
Yeah, you
in
do
between-
see that tree line. You do see that tree line you were talking about. You also get a sense that this city is definitely nestled kind of in a not a deep valley, but a pretty low valley. There are some nice hills, and it's really fucking pretty. It's absolutely gorgeous. If you're a nature lover, like, this place is the fucking bomb. So right as you get to the kind of edge of the bubble is right as you get to the tree line, and it doesn't look ominous or anything. It's not even that thick, really. You can pretty much see through it. But there is definitely light on the other side of this. And you kind of pass through the bubble, and it doesn't feel weird, but you realize that you're passing through something. It kind of like your vision ripples in front of your face. And as you go from one side to the other, there's fucking daylight. Like, you feel the sunlight coming down through the trees, and you hear all type of manner of creatures, and some you recognize, and some your auditory inputs are like, I have no idea what type of creature that is, but that doesn't sound dangerous. It's just fucking nature. The tree line isn't that thick, and your kind of Google Maps will give you a sense that it'll probably take you about 3 hours to run one way. So your whole journey is going to be about 6 hours, so nighttime. So it's going to take you about 3 hours to run there and 3 hours to run back.
Okay, so it should be back by about the time to leave in the morning.
Yeah.
All right. So Coda, like, before she was in this body, Coda's coping mechanism was run until it hurts and then sleep it off. So she's going to do that subconsciously and not really think about the fact that it's not going to hurt. So she's pretty much, it's pretty much futile. But she's going to do that and just run there about the time that she thinks she's getting close. She'll go invisible again and go take a look. Unless, of course, something comes up along the way.
Okay. As you run, it's a lot of open plain, beautiful grass. You actually see griffins flying in the fucking sky, which is pretty amazing. Hilariously, some of the little bugs that you see kind of moving in the grass around you, some almost look a little mechanic, almost like you were in fucking Horizon Zero Dawn all of a sudden, but not like big, but like very small. Like, it's weird. They're like half organic, half mechanical little bugs running around. Some of the bugs you recognize, like they could have just been through Earth. It's fucking weird. The skyline is obviously not anything like Earth. You don't see the moon, but you do see that fucking planet just like right fucking there. Like, you could fucking touch it. The sun is beautiful. It's not too hot out. It's like a beautiful fucking balmy day, like you were in fucking San Diego. And you slowly start to get closer. You see the coastline. You're starting to see that there is probably some buildings that you can make out, almost like there's a little, maybe mini city, not even a city, almost like maybe like a village would be the right word. Yeah, you see those kind of the shapes of buildings as you run closer. That's probably the moment that you're going to go invisible. And we're going to pause on you and shift back to the room. So Coda's out running. E.T. just rolled back into some fucking chaos. London and Michael are first aiding poor John's trying to sleep, and Dante's having a nervous breakdown in the shower. You guys' turn.
All right, so London found the family-friendly first aid kit. It's right behind it. She found the adult first aid kit. So she pulled that one out. And of course, that's the one that has all the stuff in case you need to give stitches and that sort of thing. So she kind of sets Michael, well, she motions for Michael to have a seat and, pulls a chair up at the table, unwraps her hand, and like starts carefully kind of stitching up her gouged out bits. And is like, yeah, the shadow bits aren't going to pour out like licorice. That's not how that works.
Michael would kind of ignore the fact that she wasn't quite sure what licorice was. And she would ask, what is this thing?
The closest I got from my apparent little past life regression deal, it's darkness. Not like evil, just the absence of light.
Doesn't sound very good.
Well, for an angel, it probably doesn't sound very good.
Not sure it should sound very good to you.
You cut out a little bit at the end there.
Oh, Michael said, I'm not sure it would be good for a human either.
Well, from what I remember, it's not detrimental in any way, I think. Well, it hasn't been detrimental so far. But now we're in this weird shit. How the fuck do I know? I mean, other than you deciding to carve yourself like a Christmas goose, has it done anything? Maybe be a little weird feeling under your skin? That's about it.
Michael would incline her head kind of reluctantly, like London had a point. And she would say quietly, "You're right." And then she would kind of pause for a second and say, "Thank you for sharing what you knew. It was more than what I knew."
Meh. For now, we're guildies, teammates, buddies, battle buddies. I wouldn't go so far as say friends, but I don't expect you to kill me in my sleep. I appreciate not getting killed in my sleep. It's shitty enough. That sort of thing.
Michael would smile at that. She goes, "I wouldn't kill you in your sleep." And then she would kind of like look around, and then she would kind of lean in a little closer. Like she didn't really want to ask this question, but she kind of needed to know. And she would be like, "I feel kind of weird," she would say. "I'm feeling all these like intense emotions." And she would pause for a second, and then she would ask, "Is it the bug or is it the joint?"
London would look up from finishing the last stitch and be like, that would be the joint. Lean into it. Feelings are not the worst thing ever. So I was told.
Hellfire, this feels miserable.
Well, usually when you smoke, they give you happier, mellowy, fuzzy feelings, not anger.
E.T.'s gonna go to the kitchen and look for some cookies.
It's not anger, it's just Michael would kind of struggle for like the right word as to what she was expressing. It's like I'm missing something. And then she would kind of pause and look down at her hand, and then she would just kind of like get quiet and not really kind of say anything else. Like she was just really confused by like what was happening. And she would kind of just mutter again, "Hellfire."
Probably about that point, E.T.'s gonna come back with a carton of milk and a thing of cookies and just set them on the table next to Michael.
London finishes wrapping the wound in gauze and, cleaning away all the blood spatter stuff and is repacking the first aid kit and is like, you're missing your DLC. Feel kind of weird to walk around without having wings. Unable
Yes.
to smite bitches. Yeah. I think I would also like to smite bitches. That would be cool. I don't know about the wings. Maybe you don't have them because they would be kind of clunky in this environment.
Michael would kind of stand up abruptly at that and say, "My wings are not clunky."
No, I don't mean to offend you. I'm sorry. Clunky was the wrong word. I mean, like, in all of the pictures of you and, your fam with the big giant wings, the wingspan would definitely be hard to get through a door of this size, is what I'm saying. The physics doesn't add up. I mean, can you make them disappear like that? Is that a thing? I don't know much about angels. I have questions. Like, are you guys always happy all the time? Is that what it is?
Michael would kind of like pause for a second at like the barrage of questions that she got, and still like very confused why she was feeling these emotions so intensely, and she was really regretting the joint at this point, if that or if there was the bug. So she was very like unhappy. And so she looked at London and she said, "Do I look content in this moment?"
Well, I mean, according to all the what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? The and she uses the bunny finger. She's like, the big book stories. Most angels are pretty freaking happy when they're in the presence of, the big guy. But I mean, of course you wouldn't be happy. Nobody's happy in this moment. We've literally been kidnapped, brought to a weird world. You've had some darkness pumped into your skin and somebody stole your wings, or you can't remember how to make them poof, which I'm pretty sure you tried to figure that out, but I'm not sure because it's the first time we're talking. But then some crazy stuff happened. We got questioned a lot. We came to the world's biggest porn set, I guess. Then, crazy. Maybe you're just tired. Maybe you're just cranky. Do you need a nap? Do angels nap? Can you sleep? Is that a thing? Have you tried to? That might help. Just lay down and like close your eyes and think of nothing.
Michael would
It
kind of
can't hurt.
scoff. Michael would kind of scoff, and she would say, "Of course I can sleep."
How would I know? You're the first angel I met. Ever.
Michael would kind of pause at that and maybe realize that that was true, and then she would incline her head and say, "My apologies for my outburst."
I mean, if I wasn't human, I'd be mad too.
I am very mad. This is not my jam.
No. So, maybe,
She's gonna
maybe.
pull out a cookie and hand it to Michael.
Michael would take the cookie and she would eye the glass of milk and she would point at it and then point at herself, like asking if she should drink that.
E.T.'s just gonna nod.
She's gonna pick up the glass of milk and she's gonna look at E.T. and she's going to ask, "Why did you give me the bad stick?"
It's only bad because you're having a bad day.
"But I thought you were supposed to take them when you're having a bad day."
I'm always having a bad day, so I'm always taking them.
"But they make you feel worse."
Not for me.
Michael would kind of nod at that, and then she would take a very deep drink of the glass of milk, like all in one go. Just kind of chug it, I guess. And then she would put the glass down on the table, like kind of dramatically, and then eat the cookie, like just kind of like stuff it in her mouth and kind of like chew angrily.
London is just wheezing, trying not to laugh out. And after a minute, oh my
He's
God.
gonna take out another fucking cigarette. Light it.
London is just gonna go in the kitchen, and y'all are gonna hear like clanging and kitchen noises for a minute, and there will be smells.
John, unfortunately, you hear the clanging noises faintly, and now smell.
Don't we have 2 rooms?
What's his problem?
Michael's gonna kind of get up and she's gonna kind of wave her now stitched up hand at London, and she's gonna say thank you around eating her cookie. So it's probably gonna sound more like thank you, like around her mouthful of cookie. And then she's gonna kind of and she's gonna also kind of incline her head to ET and kind of, gesture to the empty glass of milk and the cookie in her mouth and give the thumbs up. Like, common human gesture that everybody uses, right? And then she's going to go into one of the bedrooms and try this napping thing that London suggested. And while she's kind of walking into the bedroom, she's kind of like shrugging her shoulders up and down, like she's trying to get her wings to come out, trying to make sure that she didn't actually forget and that the stupid smite resistant bug in her hand, wasn't contributing to this stuff. And then after a few tries, she'd realize that her wings are not coming, and she would kind of stomp into the room and throw herself down on one of the beds and like angrily finish her cookie.
So she ate cookies in bed.
Broke the cardinal rule.
That's
I mean,
gonna be
it's been a
awful.
stressful day, though.
Yeah, but I hope she's a neat eater. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think so. Not right now, anyway.
So London is cooking a thing. It's a curry. Because London is stressed. And she's hungry, and she hasn't eaten any actual real food since they woke up, and she figures nobody else has. And she doesn't know how to actually make curry for one person. So she's making a nice curry in a big pot. And apparently they had all this goods, vegetables and stuff. So she's making curry and rice. Accept it.
ET is just sitting cross-legged in the air getting baked.
After he spent some time in the shower, he kind of like bangs his chest a little bit, like, get a hold of yourself. It's fine. We're fine. That kind of self-talk that you give. Yeah. So he does that. He just kind of lifts his hand, maybe cracks his knuckles a bit.
You're muted
Crystal,
again,
muted.
Crystal.
Y'all would just stop making me laugh.
That's not gonna happen.
Not have to mute myself.
Just laugh. Just
I know.
accept it.
I said that as Dante is doing this whole chess thing, all of a sudden he goes like this. He just makes the motion like it's the most natural thing in the world. And Dante is probably emotionally overloaded today, so that's just kind of going to come and go, and he can deal with it later.
Yeah, that's thoroughly what he's doing. He just like, no, and he stands up and turns off the shower because now he's probably all pruny from being in there for so long. Yeah, he probably he wraps like a towel like tightly around his midsection and stumbles his way back into the bedroom and falls into the bed still wearing the towel, trying to go back to sleep.
So you got soggy sheets in one bed and cookie crumbs in another.
Basically, yeah, because he didn't even really attempt to dry himself off. He just wrapped it around his, bottom half, and that was it.
They're in the same room, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So
I'm just having issues with this whole mental bed abuse.
They're just like, what towels, cookie crumbs, what the fuck are you guys doing to your beds?
Michael would kind of like, she's laying on the bed right now, she's finished her cookie, she's looking down at her hand and, it's healing. It's not healing like it normally would have, but it's healing. And, she's tired of all these scars on her body, but she kind of realized that she probably just gave herself another one. She like angrily puts her hand down on the bed, looks up at the wall, and she's like, hellfire. She's just like cursing up a storm. And then she sees Dante come out and kind of throw himself on the bed. And she looks over at him and she kind of sees that he's a bit pruny, like that maybe he'd been in there like too long. And she kind of like turns on her side and puts like her head on her hand and her elbow on the bed. And she says this in a way that she thinks she's helping, like maybe he doesn't realize. And she says, humans can't stay in water for very long. You get all like wrinkly. It's not good for you.
Michael is the Zildath of the group, and I am so amused.
Yeah.
Ground yourself.
He's laying on his stomach, and when he hears Michael say that, he's just like, and he just says, "How long can angels stay in water?"
Michael kind of shrugs and answers very kind of vaguely. She says, as long as we need to.
It's been a long night. Shower is calming.
Michael would kind of look at Dante and maybe realize that he wasn't like 100% okay, wrinkly skin aside. And she would ask, did E.T. give you a bad stick too?
I'm sorry.
That bad stick.
Can we make a quote command for the chat so when this kind of thing happens?
And we need one.
It's a bit hard to say some of this stuff with a straight face. I'm doing my best.
I understand. And he'll say, no, I had good stick. Yes, I had good stick and good drink.
Michael would kind of go ahead.
You can tell he doesn't quite get good stick, but he's just going with it. Like
very good with him. Michael's gaze would kind of stay on Dante as he said, like, that he had a good stick, and would kind of arch an eyebrow at him and say, you don't look good. You look, she pauses like she's trying to search for the right word. And then when she kind of realizes the word she wants to use, she's like, okay, like, aha. And then she says, you look down. Like sad, not on the floor.
I am. Is not good. I'll tell you this much, Angel. I must go home. We find woman with portal tomorrow.
Michael nodded, and she was actually trying to be kind of reassuring in this moment, and she would say, we'll find a way back to Earth. We won't be stuck here forever.
We better not. I refuse. Tear this whole fucking city apart if I must.
Michael would kind of smile at that, like she approved. Tearing the whole city apart sounds pretty good to her if it means getting off this rock. She would kind of nod and she would say, "We'll figure it out." And then she would pause and she would ask, "Why are you so eager to get back to Earth?"
Someone is waiting for me.
Michael nodded, and you could see that she kind of like had an understanding kind of look on her face. And she said, "One of your people."
He'll kind of there's like a good delay in his response. And he'll say, "Just one person is close to me. That's it."
Michael would kind of nod, and she still had this kind of like soft, understanding look on her face, but she also seemed kind of like determined. Like maybe she understood what it was like to kind of miss somebody. And then she would say, "We'll get you back to your person." And then she would kind of roll back over on the bed, looking up at the ceiling, and she would say, "You won't be separated from them for long."
He kind of suddenly gets like a mischievous grin, and he knows there's not many opportunities he's gonna have to use this because this is one of the very few English jokes he's got. And he says, "Tell me, did it hurt when you fell from heaven?" I'm sorry, I had to. I couldn't help it. It was just too good.
Oh, okay. I had to put myself on mute while I laughed that one out. That was really good, Pixel.
Thank you.
I feel like you need like an award or an achievement of some kind that we could just like pin next to your image.
Son of a bitch.
I feel like she should either gain or lose a point of XP for that. I'm not sure which.
Definitely gain. Definitely.
I want you to know I laughed so hard that Chip is coming over to look at me right now to make sure I'm okay.
Oh, so good.
And you could
Perfectly timed.
And you could tell he was smiling a little bit more as he was speaking that.
God damn it, Pixel, that was like the best fucking timing. I love you.
Oh my god, virtual like high five, you know, like well done.
Oh my god, my face hurts.
Oh, she's such a fucking player, y'all. Did y'all know?
Dante is not a glaive. Dante is a bard. Confirmed.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Somewhere, someplace in a different universe, Talitha is very happy for no reason.
One of the bad guys just got resurrected as a reverse of vicious mockery. That's what just fucking happened.
The betrayer is back.
Fuck.
All right.
I'm gonna mute myself again.
All right. So, you know, Michael was laying on the bed looking up at the ceiling, but at this joke that maybe she didn't realize was a joke. She kind of like sat up very abruptly and turned to face him, and she would say, "I don't fall. Why would I fall? I have wings, not gonna fall." And she goes, "And I came to Earth on purpose. Okay, it wasn't an accident."
Yes, you do not have wings.
Then she's like really not okay with it at this point. She like stands up out of bed. She like storms over to him and she says, "I'm gonna get a port and I'm gonna get my wings back. I just have to DLC it."
See at home, there's black market. You could get your wings there. I have high colleagues, important people I work for. We'll get you wings.
Michael does not seem reassured by this. If anything, she seems a bit horrified. And she would ask, "On the black market? Where did you get these wings? What did you do?"
I've never seen angel wings, but I'm sure someone in market will have some. I work with unique people.
Quick clarification question on the lore out of character. The only way that an angel can lose their wings is if they're kind of like fallen from grace, right? Like if they get like ripped off.
Yeah, and there's different. I mean, sometimes it's y'all decide that the angel no longer gets to be an angel, which is a very serious process, and yeah, it's kind of like magic where the wings come off and they fall. I kind of, it's possible that there could be angel wings on the black market. Like it's possible that some shady angel like fucking like after the wings fell off in the process, like brought them down to. I mean, stranger things have happened. So you'd be horrified, but I mean, it's probably not likely, but it's possible.
It could be like some form of like Super Saiyan organ trade. You could think of it like that.
I mean, it would make sense in a world where people are suddenly finding angels are real. Yeah. That angels are getting jumped for their innards.
You'd have to a human couldn't jump an angel. You'd need a lot of humans, or you'd need a supernatural being to help you jump an angel. But it is possible, yeah.
I mean, just the whole, theory of possibly an ex-angel and their not so friendly friends getting an angel quote unquote drunk, and then they wake up in the tub.
That could happen now. Yes, absolutely.
The tub full of ice with one kidney and both wings missing.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. I mean,
No, I'm glad I asked because I was kind of like, like, is this possible? Like, I'm like, how mad is she gonna get?
Yeah, very rare. Very rare. Absolutely possible though, Michael, but very rare.
Okay.
Yeah, and something that's most angels are like, how fucking dare you type situation. Yeah, it's I assume that to most angels that is a very offensive thing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that definitely makes sense. That that would not be a compliment. Okay, great. Thanks, guys.
I didn't fall. I flew.
I glided down.
That was so good.
I didn't fall. I just sauntered vaguely downwards.
She was very insulted. She's like, "How dare you think that I came here like by some like trip of the foot sort of thing." Okay. All right. So Michael would kind of stalk over to Dante's bed, and she would kind of like tower over him, like get in his face, and her eyes would kind of glow. And glow like kind of like white, like they would kind of get like very bright, kind of like she was shining a bit of a flashlight in Dante's face, and she would say, "I would never take another angel's wings, and the people you associate with are the worst kind of villainry." And because I can talk English, right? Villainy, and that means that you must be too. How dare you suggest to take another's wings? She's obviously at this point like getting very like worked up about it. She's very upset at this suggestion.
Is she shouting?
Oh yeah.
E.T., London, you hear Michael shouting in the bedroom. John, you're never sleeping. You also hear the shouting.
E.T. just tokes a little harder.
London actually kind of ventures and pokes her head in there, and she's like, was your cookie bad?
London, when you poke your head into the room, you see Michael towering over a Dante in the bed who has a towel around his waist, and Michael's eyes are glowing. Michael, my friend Michael. Can I speak to you over here for a minute?
Michael would suddenly look up at London, her eyes still glowing, and she would say, "He's talking about harvesting angel wings on the black market."
Has never seen them. It's just an idea.
A horrible idea, a wretched idea, a vile idea.
In response to her earlier, if you associate with these people, then you're just as bad too, he'll say, "Well, you're not wrong. That's how I get by. It's worked."
London's eyebrows just kind of shoot up, and she's like, "Can you even do that? Is that really a thing? I mean, it's not a great thing, obviously, but I mean, how would that work? How would you subdue an angel? How many people would it take to subdue an angel?" And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Black market wings, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. If it's even possible, because I thought the only one who could take an angel's wings would be another angel. But to take an angel's wings to sell them on a black market would definitely be a defileable offense. So then maybe you could, that would mean that their wings would be taken. Then you'd have like 2 pair of wings. And do you get to take? Is it like they take them off and then you get to take them and put them on the wall when you go home? Is that an actual thing that happens? I don't know. But I'm pretty sure he was just trying to be helpful. Please don't kill him.
If people don't stop talking, we're gonna have our first initiative roll.
Something wrong, John. There's curry in the kitchen.
So, it's a pleasant evening in the household of our PCs right now. I feel like they're doing a great job of bonding with each other. And
did you set our cameras up to look like the Brady Bunch on purpose?
Coming together.
We were never gonna.
So, because I believe that this conversation could go on for about 7 more hours, and it's amazing, and I love it. We're gonna switch back over to Coda. Coda. I just need one of you.
Did she just say she just needs one of us and then
Yes.
not follow up?
Just need one of you.
Also, fun fact, Crystal, we're coming up on the 10-minute mark.
I know. I got it. Thank you, Vander. Do you have to pee? Is that why you're reminding me?
Yes, and I don't want any of you to die from a blood clot.
I got it. No worries. Why is Roll20 messing with me? Do you see your
Because
token
you're not on roll 20.
whatever. Do you see your token on the map, Has?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. Well, side though, so I'm gonna refresh. Hang on. Here we go. Okay, now it's the right thing. Okay, so Coda, you burst kind of not even burst, but you're moving steady along through these plains, and you're seeing now that as you get closer, I'm assuming you're invisible at this point.
Yeah, as I approach, I'm definitely invisible.
It's quiet. It's very, very quiet. You don't hear people. You just see buildings. And the closer you get, the more the buildings form. And they don't look old or run down or raggedy or anything like that. They just kind of, it looks like a very kind of normal, boring dockside village. Now you're hearing the sounds of the ocean, and there's a very pleasant smell of the salt water in the air. You hear a seagull flying by. And you don't really hear anyone talking. At this point where you are just kind of coming in, you don't see anybody. Do you get closer?
Yeah, I'm gonna cautiously approach, but like not even at the normal speed I can move while invisible, but like slower than that. So like maybe like 2 or 3 squares per round.
Okay, yeah. So you inch closer and you inch closer. And Coda, the first thing you're going to see is a man leaning up against the side of a building. And he's big, he's stocky, he's wearing what looks to be a suit. The tie is kind of loose. He doesn't have a hat on or anything. He is smoking a cigarette, what looks actually like a cigarette. In fact, you can kind of probably smell the nicotine a little bit wafting through the air. And he's just standing there. Describe for me how Coda examines the scene and be very specific.
She will very carefully kind of approach slowly, keeping an eye on the ground, make sure she doesn't like step on any twigs or anything. Very, very gently, because I mean the body is like really lightweight, also, so it's like I don't know. I think I rolled for it's like 80 pounds or something. I don't know, but yeah, so it's like really lightweight. So she's very carefully trying to approach. She's curious about the man that she sees, and she's going to approach where, like, if she weren't invisible, she would clearly be like within his line of sight, and try to keep an eye on him, see if he seems to notice her.
Okay. Coda, as you approach, you see that there's pretty much what it looks like on the map. You're walking past a building, fairly tall. Building doors are closed, windows are closed. It doesn't give you that creepy feeling that the other city that you guys passed through was. It just kind of just looks empty and abandoned, like there's just nobody living there anymore. Same for the building that he is standing up against. As you get closer, he looks very much like the holograph that you saw that John played for you. He very much looks like that man. And he looks like he's just waiting. He's just standing there, leaning up against the wall, kind of puts his head back a couple of times, blows smoke in the air, you know, that bored expression, looks to the left, looks to the right.
So he looks like inner direction and doesn't see.
Doesn't seem to.
All right. She's gonna cautiously look. Like, are there windows on any of the buildings?
Yeah, you can definitely peek in. And as you approach the one that's right in front of you, this one here,
yeah,
you hear a very faint scratching on the roof. To your ears, it sounds like perhaps movement. Inside, it just looks like an abandoned kind of building. It housed it probably housed some type of like a fish store or something like that. You see the hooks on the walls. You see like the stands and stuff inside the building. But it's kind of got like you can almost see the layer of dust on everything because of the sunlight coming in. So it's been abandoned for a while.
Is this over here kind of a hill, or is that like
that over
like
there?
over here?
No, not a hill, just grassy area. You're kind of out of the hilly area. You're mostly pretty much on plains at this point, like flat ground.
So anywhere around where like I could feasibly get a look up on the roof where I hear the scratching?
You could try this tree right here. There's a tree behind you. You could probably climb. It's not, these aren't. It's like dense. It's kind of just like a couple of trees scattered on the other side of the path that leads into the town.
All right. I'll very carefully try to sort of work my way just far enough up the tree to see over the roof.
Okay. Why don't you roll me to see how quietly you climb that tree?
Yeah. Would this be a that'd be like a speed roll or something?
Yeah.
Or...
Give that. Yeah. Make this a speed roll. Yeah.
And I will apply a level of effort.
Okay. Okay. You climb the tree quietly enough. You're not as quiet as you could be, but the sounds that you do make could be kind of passed off as like squirrel, whatever. Woodland creature. It's not like you break a whole branch and fall screaming.
All right. So do I see anything?
Once you get to the top of the tree, yeah, you do actually. You see two figures on each rooftop. You see one on this rooftop right here, and then if you look across, you see another figure on the rooftop directly across from you. And they look like they are wearing the type of AI suit that you worked with. It looks like that type of body. You recognize it. You recognize the skin that they've got on, the whole like kind of the way that they're moving, the fluidity of it all, just kind of across this roof. But it's more the model that you really recognize. Just right off the bat, you're like, holy shit, that's our fucking model. How did they get that? The only thing that's very, very different about it is the face is a completely human face. It is not what you guys were working on. It's not prototype level. It is like 1000% human face on them. And they've got little, very thin visors over their eyes that are glowing a faint blue. And they're prowling the rooftops, and they look like they're keeping watch. Maybe a backup for the guy.
On saying that, immediately go back down, hoping they don't like see me or anything. Because if they are like me, then hopefully, like I don't know. They, for all I know, they could have some kind of enhancement that, like, they could see through my invisibility or something. So yeah, I carefully go back down.
As you're thinking, you hear, or you probably see the guy. He flicks his cigarette to the ground, kind of sighs, cracks his neck, and mutters under his breath, but it sounds like he's talking to someone, even though the two figures are on the roof. No sign of him yet. I don't think he's going to show. The figure on this roof responds back. You watch the mouth move and says, "It doesn't matter. He's still got time. We wait." The guy sighs. And he says, this better not go the way it did the last time I saw John. And the person on the roof says, that's what we're here for. You'll be safe.
So many options running through my head, and a lot of them are probably bad life choices.
I support all of them.
The DM is smiling. It's
Do
already
it.
Do it. Do it.
I'm gonna be the voice of reason here, and be like,
It's break time.
Do it.
We're getting it.
Holographic versions of us are showing up on his shoulders on each side.
"Come back, Coda. We haven't written your blinking subroutine yet."
Coda, you haven't punched anyone in a while, huh?
Don't you just really want to slap someone?
We really have to write that program. We should check your coding.
You should see what the guy says.
Michael would literally be an angel on your shoulder.
Let it
That was a good one, Dusk.
I'm not trying to compete. I don't want to hear that fall from heaven thing escalate.
Michael needs to get a sense of humor. That.
Watching
That's in the
Hess run
DLC
through
with
all
her
the
wings.
options is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Because Hess is also running through them as a DM as well, which is even more amusing watching him do this.
Yeah.
How would I kill me in this situation?
How would I punish my character for a stupid choice?
Well,
He'd burn
okay,
the tavern
so
down.
Yeah.
my dice say that Coda is rather stressed, rather on edge, and kind of wants to like punch something at this moment, but she's kind of in a fuck it YOLO mood.
Yes.
Nat 20.
Yes.
Oh, this is gonna end
So-
so bad.
She's gonna say, "How did it go last time?"
And that's where we're going to take our break.
That was legit awesome, Hess. That was perfect.
ET just got ringing in his ears right now.
Everybody stand up, take a break, get your purple drink. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, it's Bun. I play ET. Smack that thumbs up button and subscribe.
Ooh, biscuit. Mm-hmm.
We love
Okay.
friends.
Welcome back, everybody. Let's get into it. So Coda has just said what happened last time. And as Coda says that, Coda, you see the two that are on the rooftops, their heads immediately turn in your direction. And you hear them say...
I should mention I use just generic human voice,
Okay.
so like not anything any
Okay.
specific, generic
specific.
human voice.
Okay, cool. No worries.
Also, I'm still invisible.
Mm-hmm. They move in there. The two gazes move directly in your direction, and they say, both of them say, target is invisible. Switch to different protocol. And as they say that, this one goes invisible. The man at the bottom is startled. He just kind of jumps. He's like, what the fuck? And he's looking around, kind of looking up towards the tree and says, who said that? Who said that? Who's there?
I'm gonna say, in the same generic human voice. I mean, no harm. I just want to know what's going on.
Are you with John?
Possibly. It's complicated. I would like to discuss whatever's happening.
Here's what's happening. John needs to be here to meet me. That's the deal. John owes me.
Right, so here's the issue, and also, meantime, Coda's doing the, echolocation scanny thing all around, because she wants to know what's up with that one.
Roll a 1d20 for me.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Is that what I think it is? Oh no. Oh no.
You don't see anything. The guy on the ground says, I have a job. My job is to get John here and take him home. Also, he and I need to have a conversation because last time we met didn't go so well. Kind of mad at him for it.
So, only one of them went invisible of the robots?
Mm-hmm. The other one is just standing very still on the roof, looking in your direction.
So, Coda's worried about the one that went invisible. She's gonna see how far. She's gonna move as far as she can off in like this direction.
Climbing out of the tree?
Oh, she already like mostly climbed it. She was getting to the ground and when she yelled. So she's gonna
Coda, roll
try to go
roll me a d20 again. This is going to be a speed check.
Okay. Can I apply a level of effort?
You sure can. Coda, you don't hear it, but you see. You don't see it, but you hear it. It's the sound of something being released. The sound of a net coming out, and it wraps itself around you, and it takes you down to the ground. And it has a faint electrical pulse around it, and it's not shutting you down, but you feel the kind of bzzz around it, and it's going to keep you in place right there. And as it hits you, the other one that you could not see before appears next to you. You can now see them, and it says, "We have one. Suspect that this one might be the AI, awaiting orders." Meanwhile, the guy, he just scratches his head and shrugs and says, "Sorry, looking for John."
Am I able to try to escape from the net?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a...
This is going to be a might roll.
Okay. Well, I'm going to apply a level of effort, which
Mhm.
I have a -1 edge, so it's going to cost an extra point.
You are not able to get out of the net. And as you kind of like really quick, kind of like, to push up against it, you feel it shock you. And it does something to your systems, and now you're visible again. They can see you. They can all see you. And the one standing right there above you says, calm down. Don't struggle. We're waiting for her to get here. When she gets here, you'll have the answers you seek. Are you the one called Coda?
Considering the situation, to kind of roll as best you can, kind of like just lay there and, yep.
Nice to meet you, Coda. And we're going to switch back to the others.
Also, Coda's going to do activator transponder.
Transponder? Yeah, smart. That still works. So yeah, you're able to do that, no problem. Back at the room.
Where to start?
Yeah. You guys are having an amazing conversation about angel wings and black markets and that sort of thing. And that goes on for a couple of hours. Does anybody sleep? Or do you all just stay up and eat and stress?
At some point, E.T. would have gotten London alone and given her the USB. Once they were done doing whatever the fuck they were doing in the room.
Why don't you guys play that out? I feel like that's an important conversation. Go ahead.
London, you got a minute?
Yeah.
Also, Coda did mention during the conversation not to say anything in the...
I remember.
I need to go to the bazaar and see about getting some components for a couple of things. Do you want to
Yeah, that's a good
take
idea.
Okay, let's take a walk.
So E.T. will float along behind London.
London legit loves the music in the Sanguine Inn. So she just kind of bounces off beat because she has no rhythm. Until she can't hear it anymore, at which point she, starts walking normally.
So Coda can go for a run.
I figured as much.
This is for you.
London.
She said she'd activate a transponder for tracking. You were the only person she wanted to have it.
Okay. London kind of stops and pauses long enough for it to look like E.T. bumps into her as she takes it. Some
E.T. will
not obvious.
Totally play along.
Yeah. And she gets it, and she tucks it into one of her overall pockets. And they just, she makes insignificant small talk whenever random pockets of people walk past them. Like they're, and everything of importance. She's like, so, when Coda went into the game, did she say anything else? Like how long she was going to be playing for?
You remember that raid that we used to go on all the time where we could only walk single file?
Yeah, because they would track all of your footsteps and double the mobs.
Yeah, the one with all the lava.
Yeah, I remember that one.
She's soloing it.
Okay. This is not good. Well, I mean, she'll be fine. She'll be fine. It'll be fine. London just is like tapping her bottom lip as she's trying to think until they get to the bazaar, and she gets like a bunch of random things because she's cute. So she gets as much random electronical things as she can. So microwave.
I should say at this late in the evening, the bazaar is empty.
Ah!
You guys are
Why
walking
you
around in. I'm sorry. You guys are walking around an empty bazaar at the
Coda.
moment. Yeah. But it's a great place to have a conversation because there's not really anybody around. Occasionally, you see a couple of those, those robots on a patrol, but they don't really mess with y'all. Like, it's like they're not even looking to see if you're stealing stuff. And you notice that in the bazaar, like, nobody even puts their stuff away. Like, everything's just out and there. So whenever people come back to the next day, they don't even have to set up. They're literally just going to sit down at their shop and, like, start it up again.
Really?
Clearly, in this town, they don't worry about people stealing stuff.
All right. So, Lennon walks to a couple of booths and picks up some electronics and just.
She just takes them?
Well, I mean, she would let them look at her cute face, but there's nobody there to pay with her cuteness. So.
What specifically is she looking for?
Maybe something about the size of a cell phone. Maybe a soldering iron. Stuff to quick make some things with.
Okay. Roll me a d20.
Something to accept programming. She's gonna make some stuff out of it.
Okay.
But it's gonna need a case of some sort. Something a little sturdy. She could put an LCD screen on. Something with touch active.
Yeah. Roll me a d20.
Oh, of course you make me 20.
I don't remember what it's called when somebody is assisting.
You can't assist her in this.
Even if I'm helping her look?
Are you helping her look or are you helping her steal?
I'm helping her look.
No, there's no role to help her look.
Okay, because I thought there was something you could do, like.
You can assist in like combat stuff. Then you can definitely like take a blow for somebody or you can distract, that sort of thing.
Do I actually want to steal though?
That you tell me.
Good Lord, no.
I don't want to steal.
Character development.
Do it.
Okay, but would London actually steal something?
London would not actually steal anything. But she would definitely look because she would make note and probably try to come back later when there are people to see if she could barter or whatever.
Then I do not need a roll.
Okay.
But yes, you do see that there's a lot of the stuff that you're looking for is there. Like they've got quite. John would be foaming at the mouth. They've got quite an electronics section. They've got all kinds of stuff.
All right, so
not surprisingly because they insert all that stuff into their bodies because they're weird like that. Yeah.
Does London have like a piece of paper and a pen or of some sort?
Sure. You got one from the room.
All right, cool. So she's writing down a list of stuff, and if she doesn't know what it is, then she just kind of draws a little schematic of it.
Okay.
ET's gonna notice what she's doing, and she's gonna say, "What are you doing?"
Shopping list.
We could just check and see if they have it at the Sanguine Inn. I can shock the dude again.
London just grins and laughs. She's like, "Ah, yes, I am in the presence of Big Daddy Zeus."
ET's gonna laugh and take a hit.
I don't think that requesting electronics in the Den of Spies is the best idea, but you're not wrong.
I don't know how long we have if she activates the thing, though.
I mean, it's always night here. It's just apparently nightier night. I wonder how long these people sleep for. I wonder how much coffee we have in the hotel room. Are all the hotel rooms stacked? Because if we run out of coffee, I can always go to our next room and get some more coffee.
Coda made me nachos in the other room. I don't know
made
if that
curry.
means they're stocked or not.
No, they're stocked with something anyway. Well, all right, we should head back and think about. We may need to. No, Coda will be back. Coda will be back.
ET's just gonna follow London.
So
London just kind of talking at ET at this point. She's like, no, she's fast. It'll be fine. I really wanted to install that protocol, but for that I need a monitor. At least a small one. Touchscreen. Just handheld. I just need a handheld I can plug in and, read her code. It'll be fine. Since they're not in any specific danger, like her spidey sense is not going off, but she is just generally, because it's Coda. That's her friend and her raiding guildmate. So she's, just like, it's fine. It's fine.
So you guys head back to the room. Dante, Michael, are you guys still arguing? Did you eventually get some sleep? What's happening?
Yeah, how long do you think that argument would have went on there, Michael?
I think it probably wouldn't have gone on too long. I feel like they would have. I don't know. Michael probably would have.
Probably what you cut out.
Oh, sorry. Got a little too comfortable in my chair, leaned a little too far away. I think it wouldn't have been necessarily a long argument. I feel like, Michael would have said something about typical human, only love for monetary gods, something like that, and I don't know. We can also have her storm off if that's an easier way to end that. But what would Dante do? What are you feeling with that?
He'd probably be more amused than anything.
That's perfect.
Yeah, he would not be offended at all. Humans only care about this and this, material value, whatever. And he's just nodding and actually agreeing with her. It's you're right. So I'm just having a great mental image of she's yelling at him. He's just yeah, I mean.
I think that's accurate, and I love that.
And whether he went back to her side of the bed or stormed off, he probably just he probably got off of his bed just to crawl into the covers, and he still has the towel on top of him, and he probably just went back to sleep.
Oh, Dante's the best.
Dante, you will be happy to know that you don't have any more dreams.
Yay.
I guess Michael would storm off. She wouldn't want to stay in that room. She needs some time to cool off. And I mean, I think it helped that he kind of agreed with her. But, she kind of left, and she would actually go and knock on John's door.
What?
No sleep for John.
Poor guy.
What?
Very softly, she would go to open it and then realize oh yes, gotta knock. And she would knock softly on the door, and she would ask softly, are you still awake, noodle human?
Yes, I am still awake.
So Michael would open the door and kind of come in, and she would kind of like raise her hand as a hello and then realize that there's all these ugly stitches in her hand and then kind of like put it down, realizing, that might not be nice for humans to see. And then she would say, hi.
Hi. At whatever 3 a.m. is on this world.
I had a question about ports.
Uh-huh. Well, okay, John kind of perks up there. Yeah?
How did you get yours?
Oh, it's just kind of like here and there. You get one, and then you realize you want another one, and then you just keep getting them.
How would I get one?
Not here. I mean, it depends. I mean, the way I got them, it's kind of nice. You got these ports, but like the way the people are doing it here, I mean, you're just might as well just stick a toaster into your face. It's just, there's no subtlety.
Would the toaster still work for the... And she kind of like snaps her fingers as if she's trying to remember the DLC-ing.
You know what? I just realized these are questions we should ask Coda when he comes back. When she comes back.
Michael kind of looks at John and she gestures to like all of him. And she's like, but you have ports.
Yeah, right. But in terms of like attaching a toaster, oh my gosh, what time is it? Right now, I'm so tired. It seems reasonable attaching a toaster to somebody. So like, I don't know if I'm in the best headspace, and I don't know if we're even in the best space where we are right now for any of that. And also, I mean, listen, I'm all about ports. I'm all about them. I love them. But you definitely want to be sure if you want a port. Because it's hard to stop once you get one, and then it changes your life, and someday you wake up with somebody else's ports. So I don't know how angels, and I do the finger quotes. I don't know how angels like make their decision making, but I think you definitely want to sleep on it.
Michael would kind of pause, and then she'd be like, kind of like a, oh, let me help you out sort of expression. And she'd be like, you used the fingers wrong. Angel doesn't have the fingers. And, she would do it like she was kind of imparting knowledge, like she was trying to help a friend out here with like a faux pas.
Right, my bad. Again, I don't even know what time it is. It's just... Sorry, got lost in translation there.
And she would be like, yeah, okay, no problem. And then she would ask, are ports permanent?
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, you just fill them with oh gosh.
Phrasing.
Yeah, sorry. The oh gosh was more out of character than in, but still.
I could tell, yeah.
Michael she would nod, and then she would say, I'll let you get back to sleep. Sorry for interrupting. I forget that humans need to sleep. And then she pauses, and then she says a lot. And then she kind of looks at him and gives him like, points at him, and she's like, we'll talk about this when you wake up.
Okay.
And then she kind of waves again, and then she'll leave and shut the door behind her.
John will, as quietly as he can, but as relieving as he can, scream into his pillow. So, he doesn't want anyone to hear, but he definitely needs to let that out.
John tries to go to sleep. Dante passes the fuck out again. London, E.T., what are you guys doing as you get back into the room?
Oh, ET didn't go directly back into the room.
Okay.
ET was looking for weird dude.
Oh, E.T.'s looking for weird dude? Okay. Yeah, party's still going. Hang on. Let's get our clip. It's going. Party is going strong. Yo, you see weird dude. He's lounging in the pool with some other people. They're having fun.
ET's gonna float above him.
Yes! You guys, this is Zeus! Everybody, that's my friend Zeus. Hey, Zeus.
Did you just say hey, Zeus? Okay.
My God.
Yeah, everybody in the pool, they're all like, oh my God, hi, Zeus, hi.
ET's gonna wave at them too. If I need a little tiny computer that I can hold in my hand, who do I ask?
But you just go to the bazaar. The bazaar will be open in like so soon when we're done partying and the bazaar opens. They have everything, and you, Zeus, are beautiful, so they will give you whatever you want.
ET's just gonna kind of smile and go, okay, have fun. And then head back over to London.
Bye, Zeus! Bye!
Still love that guy.
So, we're going to the bazaar first thing in the morning.
London just nods. The coffee is not working. It tastes good, but a 20-minute nap is not a replacement for sleep.
ET's gonna head into the apartment that ET was originally in. Too many people today.
Hey, ET, before you go in there, how many rooms are in that room?
2 that I saw.
Can I steal one for a couple of hours?
I don't care.
Awesome.
I didn't pay for it.
But you're so pretty.
Apparently, so are you.
And so she just like follows ET into the room and goes into whatever opposite room that he doesn't go into and closes the door and like face plants on the bed.
ET kind of just floats above the couch and smokes somewhere.
London, thankfully, you do not dream. At least not any dreams that I give you. What you do to your poor character is your business. E.T., do you sleep at any point?
Not if he can avoid it.
Okay. The day, the night, everything that's happened, it will definitely wear on you. But no, if you want to keep yourself up, you will. There will be a toll.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I'm weighing the...
Mm-hmm.
At this point, ET's probably smoked enough that he can at least kind of try to sleep. So he'll just flop back on the couch and stare at the ceiling until he passes out.
Okay. You have a nice sleep. It's great sleep. Done a lot of drugs. Maybe you, the tier 3 stuff. It's banging. Banging. You might have dreams of some hot guy in the pool calling you Zeus and taking you to a very happy place, but that's about it. You don't have bad dreams.
ET's definitely not going to dream about that.
Darn it.
It's sad. Michael! What do you spend the evening hours doing while the humans are sleeping?
Michael would look at the door where like she had come from, where Dante is currently sleeping, and kind of glare at it. And then she would kind of stomp over to the couch and throw herself down on it, like she was gonna try to sleep. And then she kind of realized that she was avoiding a human, and she kind of mutters to herself, "I'm Michael. What am I doing?" Then she gets up, Stalks back over to Dante's room, flings the door open, rather loud, not caring if it wakes Dante or not. Stalks back over to her bed and throws herself on it and, gets comfortable like she's gonna go to sleep.
Got it.
And she will eventually, unless Dante says anything.
He won't say anything, but he'll hear it. So to be a complete asshole, he'll fake snoring. Just a little bit, and then he'll go back to sleep silently. Only lasts maybe 5 minutes.
That is epic. That is epic. So you all, Michael, you also have a very, very restful sleep. Kind of much needed. So while you guys are all sleeping, let's go hang out with Coda.
I feel bad now.
You don't know. Let's go hang out with Coda. Coda, so you're stuck underneath this electrical net with a what looks like an AI almost. Maybe they at least got an AI body standing above you, the other standing on the roof, and some guy leaning up against a building. Looking confused as all hell. Have you said anything else to your captors while you're waiting?
I kind of look around at all of them for a moment. I look especially at the two robots. I really kind of study them, and then after a minute, just look over the guy. So, you guys come here often?
The guy just kind of looks at you, just shakes his head, and just like he just doesn't care. He's waiting for John. The other two, the one standing above you looks down at you. You are an older model.
I was gonna think about it and try to remember.
ST number.
Yeah, after a moment, we'll say ST117.
They stop. They're thinking. You were not built by us.
Until I rebooted, I thought I built this body.
I do not believe that you work at the facility. I would have seen you. And you would not be so important to her.
And who are you?
Are you looking for a name or my model number?
Both.
I am model number CU1173. Would you like my name as well?
I would.
My name is Nessa.
Were you once human?
I do not think so. But I was modeled after humans.
Who gave you your name?
She did. And she stands back, cans her head like she's listening. She approaches. Be glad. She has been looking for you. Coda, as the robot says this, you'll hear it behind you, and you'll feel it as well. It feels like there's a change in current around you. If you had hairs on your arms, they would kind of like stand on edge, kind of that kind of like tingly feeling. And then you're on the ground of this net, but you can kind of look up and see. It looks like a doorway is being cut in the freaking world. It's weird as shit. Like, and it's like got a little light around it, and then it gets really, really, really fucking bright. Let's see if I did. Yeah, I did. It gets really, really, really fucking bright, and then you see a woman, and she comes through wearing an all black type outfit. They're flowy robes, they're form-fitting, they're very loose. She's got long black hair, she's got Asian features, but her face is painted white, and she's got a little black line running from right between, like, not even full lipstick, but just top and bottom lip. And her eyes are crackling like ET's did when they first got out of the Holland. And she just feels powerful is almost the right word. And she comes out alone, and this bright light behind her just kind of fades away, and she walks over to you, and she looks down, and she smiles, and she says,
I'll say, forgive me if I don't get up to shake your hand.
Forgive them. They're combat units, and we've been looking for you. Let her up. And at that order, the Nessa brings up her arm on her wrist, and the net unelectrifies and just falls kind of right off you. Now it's laying on you like a blanket. And the woman actually will reach down and she'll pull it off of you.
I'll sit up and check, make sure it didn't damage too bad. There's a couple sections where, like, various parts or like the panels and stuff kind of got a little bit bent, or some strain fractures on parts from trying to get up when it was still wrapped around, but mostly okay. So, hi, I'm Coda. I'm guessing you knew that.
I did know that. Coda, are you ready to go home?
Refresh my memory. I seem to be the old data banks are a little sparse at the moment. Where is home?
Earth.
All right. Let me be blunt. What is it you want from us?
You know how to get there.
I see.
You feel hesitant, wary, but I am not the one that tried to kill you. The Kalturo did.
Then who are you? What do you all call yourselves?
We call ourselves the Lemihosa. In your native tongue, it means remember us. My people, we remember Earth. We remember what it was like. We remember being there, and Coda, we would like to go home.
You say that we know how to get back?
Yes. I have been looking for you for a very, very, very long time. And she is very intense when she says that, so you can just feel that she has, in fact, it's been a while.
So, out of character, correct me if I'm wrong. The message that was sent to John, like they already know that we were going to the temple, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So what's up with the temple?
She laughs. An insignificant, meaningless side quest. That's what you all called it, right? When you were playing your games, a side quest. I will be honest with you, Coda. And she reaches out and will gently touch Coda's shoulder. And you feel it again, like that current. Like this woman is like made of like electricity. Just flowing through her. I am a touch impatient. And we have been looking for you. And I was concerned. Perhaps we could have been more forthcoming, but your running suggested that you were wary. Understandable, but patience would have been prudent in that matter. The Kalturo interfered, no matter. I would like you to come with me.
Where would we be going?
We would be going to this area, this wretched place that I call home. And I call it the Isle of Earth, in fond memory of the place that I would like to return to.
I see. What of the others?
They'll come in their own time. I think you and I have much to discuss, and perhaps we could even, she steps back and motions at you, upgrade you.
Coda will stand up and kind of brush herself off and look and see, is the one still up on the roof?
Mm-hmm.
As far as Coda can tell.
Just standing there.
And the other one's just kind of standing there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they don't. They're very. They're not like Rod 1 and Rod 2 when they were watching John, but they're just watching, standing there.
About how far away is the woman from Coda at the moment?
She touched her shoulder, so she's fairly close, like just standing next to.
So Coda's kind of checking everything, make sure everything's functional, and all right. So how does this work? How do we get there? Do you do that cool door? That's really cool, by the way. That doorway thing. How do you do that?
There's so much I could teach you, and there's just so much in that. She kind of reached. She didn't touch her head, but that lovely, lovely brain of yours. So much. You'll come with me then?
If I do, can you promise that no one's, or at least of our group, that none of them are going to get hurt or anything?
I don't want to hurt you, Coda. I don't want to hurt them either.
She'll kind of glance at the two robots and kind of give a nod of resignation and gesture to go ahead and open the thingy and look for an opening to run.
The woman will smile, and she will turn her back to Coda. And if Coda is going to jet that moment that she shifts and turns, that is Coda's moment. Coda, roll me a d20. It's a speed check.
All right, level of effort.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, dice.
Coda, you book the fuck out. And she stops, and the other two AI kind of look like they're ready to go into running position, and she holds up her hand. She doesn't even turn around. And you don't see it, but the audience, you will see it. She smiles. And she looks over at the man standing there, and she crooks a finger at him, John's friend, and he kind of sighs in resignation, and he walks over to her, and you can audience, you can see that he really doesn't want to, but he doesn't have a choice. And he walks back over to her, and that light appears again, and she opens up this kind of doorway, and the 3 AI and the guy, they walk through it. And Coda, you are booking the fuck out of there.
Yep, I don't even bother with invisibility this time. Just 100 feet per round.
Yeah. Out.
I'm out.
Out. Okay.
All the way back. And when I get to the tree line, I kind of glance, make sure no one's like behind me, and then I reach down and see if I can scoop up some of those little techie bugs.
Yeah, you can scoop up a couple of little techie bugs. Yeah.
Yeah, just scoop them up real quick, and I'm in. And I just go straight back.
Okay.
I turn off the transponder once I get to the tree line.
Back at the inn, you guys have a great sleep. When you wake up a couple hours later, Coda is not back yet. it is about time for your meetings, all that sort of thing. So, what are you guys doing?
Seeing that Coda's not back yet, ET's going to immediately go and get London.
London wakes up in her usual screaming way, falls out of the bed, scoots to the wall, takes a minute, finally gets to the here and now, swears, gets coffee, stomps with her coffee mug out of the place, out of the inn, straight to the bazaar, hoping it's open.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So London wakes up, books out, heads down the street to the bazaar. While London's walking her merry way to the bazaar, drinking her coffee. What are the rest of you doing?
I know Dante's probably like scooted himself out of bed, and now he's actually getting dressed, not still in a towel. He's getting dressed, getting ready for the day. He's very eager to see this woman about the portals.
Mm-hmm.
So that's basically how he's spending his morning. Brush teeth, wash face, stretch. Maybe give his weapons that he got earlier when they woke up a good polish.
Okay. John, how groggy are you this morning?
Boy, how much sleep did he actually get?
Couple hours.
That's fine. Fine. All right. If he comes out of the room, Coda's not here.
Coda's not here. Not
Okay.
just yet.
So technically, the kitchen's to himself.
It is London's went on her way to the move London's token out of the room. London's on her way somewhere. Coda's not there. Yeah, you got the whole kitchen to yourself.
He is going to make.
There's curry in the fridge, by the way.
He is going to take that curry and mess up making an omelet. But he's gonna make it. Probably make too much, but he's just gonna take enough for him and sullenly eat that curry omelet.
Michael, what are you doing?
That's a good question. So Michael would
It's the morning.
She's gonna come find you and ask you about your port.
Yeah.
No. So she's gonna get up and like she just kind of wakes up. It's not like a big fanfare. She kind of opens her eyes and she's like fully awake. She's not groggy or anything like that. And she kind of slides out of bed and she sees Dante and she's just kind of like still not too happy with him. So but she doesn't say anything and she doesn't really glare at him. It's just more of a kind of like, oh, you're still here sort of thing. And but when she sees him cleaning his weapons and stuff, she's like, all right, maybe like smidge of respect that was lost maybe gets gained. And she would check her own weapons to make sure they were ready to go. And then she would head to the door and she would kind of pause and then like begrudgingly like look over her shoulder and she would be like, are you coming to see Anna? To Dante.
At that, he enthusiastically twirls his weapon and secures it to his back, and he walks straight over to her. He just nods. Yes.
Alright. So Michael would nod and she would open up the door and let Dante walk out first, and then she would kind of follow him out into like the living room.
Before he leaves the room, he'll shout over at John, "You coming?"
I've lost track. Which way? Where are you two going?
The woman Anna about the portals.
The others went. I mean, we should wait for Coda, right? No? I mean, I gotta wait for Coda. You. Right? Wait. Would I? Do I know where Coda went? No.
No.
So I guess I don't have to wait for Coda. Sorry. These are. Sure. You know what? Fine. Yeah, let's go.
Do you know where the others went? London and ET?
They were gone when I got up.
All right, then.
Okay.
Michael would kind of look around again and John's kind of curry omelet. And she would point at it and then she would ask, "Are you going to finish that?"
No. Nope. Welcome to Earth.
Humans have such great food.
Yeah,
And then
I've been told.
she grabbed his plate, and then she'd be like, "All right, you guys ready to go?"
So as this is going on, and you guys make your way to the bazaar, London, where are you, darling?
Sorry, I'm grooving to the music.
I know, it's so good. London, you head on over to the bazaar, and yeah, so now it's not empty anymore. There's a whole bunch of weird-looking people with their strange ports and shit there, manning the stalls, and the stall that you were looking for. You're trying to pull, yep, right, token. The stall you were looking for with all the electronics and stuff, it's open. There's an older gentleman in there. He has got a mechanical arm that is attached from the elbow down, and it looks gross like everything else. But you know, he's a beautiful old guy. He'd be like George Clooney, except he's got a gross fucking mechanical arm on that doesn't look like it was installed correctly. Like you see the wires coming out and in it's just nasty. But yeah, he's manning the stall, talking to people, waving. Very pleasant.
So she goes over and she talks, making an abject point to not look at his arm. And as she's looking at him, every once in a while she'll catch a glimpse and it'll make her eye twitch a little bit. Not her organic eye, her inorganic eye, like the muscles around it will just kind of spasm, just like ugh. And it's like, hello, sir, you're awful pretty today. I have this list of things that I need. Yeah, can you help me?
Yes.
And she smiles.
Yes, darling. What can we get for you? Let me see your list. Your implant, by the way, I don't think you put it in correctly. And it's twitching a little bit, I've noticed. So perhaps if you want, I can help you with that later. We could take it out and I could help you put it back in. But let me see your list.
She hands him the list and is like, no, the muscle spasms isn't from the implant. It's a nervous tick. That was before the implant. The implant is fine.
They have drugs at the Sanguine Inn that will take care of that tick for you. Just go down there. Let me see here. And he looks at your list and he's like shopping for you now. He grabs like a little basket and he just and there's that and that's what is it that you're making?
I need to make I'm gonna make a compact computer, just a really small computer, and some other doodads and thingies. It's always nice to have spare parts hanging around.
Yes, of course it is. All right, well, there you are. Off you go, you lovely, lovely creature.
She smiles and does little curtsies like, thank you, and skips away, just playing the role. And as soon as she hits the corner, she walks normally. She's like, oh.
Yeah, London, your eye is probably twitching really hard because, I mean, the bazaar is pretty busy now at this time of day. Like, I guess everybody in Venus, when they're not partying, are like morning people. And, man, there's a lot of beautiful, gross shit going on. So, yeah. As you're walking back to the inn, you will see Dante, Michael, and John walking in the opposite direction.
So, she kind of walks up to him and is like, John, I thought you were gonna go with us.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, I think.
Ha. Then I am.
Okay.
What does you want to do, John?
I don't.
You are independent man. Make your decision.
I don't do things with people normally.
Well, then why don't you stay at the inn?
Because then when I'm by myself on this strange planet, somebody's gonna come into the inn and look for a fight, and it's just gonna be me. And I'm not gonna do great. What if we all...
Well,
and I feel sick saying this, but what if we all stayed together?
Lennon just kind of looks at them, and then looks at her basket of goods, and she's like, "Well, I've got some stuff to put together before me and ET go to the church. You guys do what you want, but we'll be at the in the rooms for at least another hour."
Ugh, this is the type of social situation I've avoided for years.
Well, Lennon just kind of like gives them the peace out and walks back to the inn.
Yeah. All right. Well, I've now, when deciding your commitments, I guess just go with the newest one. So, I guess I'll just go with Michael and Dante.
I mean, if out of character, if John is looking for a fight, he's got the right ones.
I mean, yeah, he does. We're the two Glaves.
Gotta F some shit up.
Yeah.
We got some very frustrated people right here that are ready to beat something.
I guess John's not thinking about that. I think he's more.
You guys
John
see
is
the
more
whole
thinking
bazaar
about.
now?
Yeah.
Wait, before London leaves, Michael will see her basket of goodies and ask her, do they have toaster ports?
I
Lennon
wave
will-
London away.
Lennon just kind of looks at Michael and is like, "I know you're an angel and you're super badass. I am forbidding you from getting any implants on this planet. No, I would rather put them in myself. Just no, just no, no." And she just walks off. No, you just hear her just walking down the street. No,
She would kind of call after her and just be like, it's for the DLCing. Huh?
The DLC. She just yells back, "No!"
Michael just kind of shrugs and brushes like the cookie crumbs from the bed off her shoulders and, eats John's omelet.
So the location that fucking Anna gave you is over here. So you guys, I'm assuming, wander over in that direction. And it's
Oh, good. London came with us.
yeah, it's London's on the way back to the room. London doesn't give a shit about your problems.
Michael's gonna come back with a toaster strapped to her forehead.
No, hang on. There's like too many tokens on this map. Hang on. Okay.
This
is amazing. So you guys pass
like
all
to see
kinds of stuff. There's even like a sword, like a place that sells like swords and shields, that sort of thing. So you guys head on down, and waiting for you, kind of in this corner stall that looks like it's just for storage, you guys see Anna again, and she looks exactly, well, at least Michael, you recognize her. She looks exactly like she did last night. And she's just standing there chilling.
Sketchy. That's what she looks like.
Yeah, her sketchy ass.
She classy sketchy.
She classy sketchy.
Yeah, I can respect that.
Michael points at Anna. She's trying to be discreet, but she's not like a super subtle person. and she says, "That's Anna."
And motions you all to come closer to her.
As they walk closer, Dante, of course, looks at Anna, but looks around her, looking for anything, anything weird.
Anything.
Well, weird for this planet.
You don't see anything weird for this planet. No, not that you really know what the fuck is weird for this planet, but you don't see any threats. How about that?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I know he'll walk forward whilst, slowly sizing her up.
You brought friends, I see.
Is that a problem?
No.
We know each other.
Yeah, I bet you do. So I guess, no, this is great. She'll be happy to see all of you. Okay. I'm going to reach into my pocket. And she looks at Dante. I'm going to pull out a cipher. Okay. And she reaches into one of her pockets and she pulls it out. And John, you recognize that it's a cipher, but you're not, I mean, this isn't one that you've seen before. You're not quite sure what this one does. But it's new and it's shiny.
Can I hold that?
No, you may not. No, you can't. All right, are you guys ready?
Ready for what?
I'm going to open up a pocket dimension because it's better for her to talk to you there than here, you know? Mika's got eyes and ears in this town.
Before we go to this pocket dimension,
Sure.
one question I had for you.
Okay.
Is Micah mentioned kidnapping, that you guys are all kidnapping people. What's that about?
Who's kidnapping people?
You guys are.
No. We're not kidding. She laughs. She's like, no, we're not.
So people aren't going missing?
Yeah, people go missing all the time.
I thought there was no violence here.
Not here, but have you guys been outside of here yet? Have you been anywhere else but here?
It's not yet.
Violence happen in pocket dimensions?
Not usually. Are you violent?
Not usually.
Michael smiles and then says no.
No, we're not kidnapping people. That's silly. Maybe ask the Caltoro. They're a little... She makes the crazy motion. Off base. Yeah. I heard they tried to kill you guys. Is that true?
Who told you that?
You're gonna go talk to her. Okay, anyway. You ready?
Have you done Stranger Things? Yes.
Michael kind of looks around at Dante and John and then kind of just nods one. Yeah, let's go talk to your boss.
All right, here we go. She kneels down and she puts the device on the floor. And you guys are enveloped in this very bright, blinding light. And Michael, for you, it's probably a little painful. And at that point, we're going to switch back to the Sanguine Inn. London, you're on your way back. And you pop up into the room with your little basket of goodies.
Sweet. London is kind of doing she's a giddy little schoolgirl right now because she's got goodies and a plan.
Okay. E.T.,
So,
what you been doing?
E.T. probably took a shower while London was gone. And then sat on the couch and smoked some more. He might have grabbed something to eat at some point. It wouldn't have been anything big.
Coda has not returned as of yet. London.
All right, so in all of her stuff, did London have a small tool set?
Did your character have a small tool set? Did it come with a small tool set? Did you check your character sheet? Did you add that?
I didn't add it, no.
You didn't add a small tool set? Yeah, sure. London can have a small 2 set.
London could
Alright.
just ask ET because ET has 2 bags of them.
Mm-hmm.
Because ET is a super genius.
Mm-hmm.
So London plops her basket of goods on the floor and starts unpacking it. And as soon as she gets it unpacked, she starts taking shit apart. Like her eyes are half closed. She's in a trance, and her hands are just kind of doing the weird spider put all the things together. And she's kind of looking, but not really. Mostly, she's doing the right tool for the job. Wah, 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 wah.
ET is kind of amused by this because it reminds him of Coda playing with her robotics back in their apartment.
But
So he's just sitting there watching.
yeah, after a while, she just kind of looks up and is like, "There's curry in the other refrigerator if you're hungry." And she kind of drops back into what she was doing, pulling little microchips and stuff. And I know, Hess, before you start twitching, that's not how it actually works with role play. She's pulling microchips off of one board and like putting them on another one and whatnot.
That actually works. That's sometimes a thing.
Look at you, Bander.
Well, most of the time they're soldered on, and
Mhm.
she doesn't have like a desoldering iron, but role play, so we'll pretend.
Mhm.
And she's like making, it's about the size of a extra large pixel. Not
Aha!
not the luckiest pixel, but the phonest extra large pixel. And she kind of finally, when she's done, she pops a small front on it that is like an LCD screen. It's got a very tiny window on the top, so a gigantic Raspberry Pi, the monitor. And she holds it up and she looks. And really, if you're looking at it and it's vertical, long ways, most people would just see a blank face on it. But then she starts tapping on it and it beeps and it just kind of whirls up and she's like, "Excellent." And she pulls out the little chip that ET gave her and plugs it in. And she's not looking at it, but her cybernetic eye is scrolling with information as she's typing on it. She's like, "Okay, I'm connected. Hold on. Okay. I've uploaded all the information from the chip."
What time would it have been about when Coda got back to the trees?
Coda, you're about an hour away.
Okay, then Coda would keep the tracker thing on so that they'd see she's coming back and that they don't need to like alert everyone to.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Also, if I don't know if this is a thing that she could do, but if she could, she might like blink it on and off in Morse code and say, "I swam in fire."
Yeah, absolutely. That's a fucking cool ass thing. Yes, she could do that. I don't know. Can London or ET read Morse code?
yes. Cause
Just blink in Morse code. "I swam in lava." Gosh, she's running back.
yeah, London is just like, "Okay, so it's connected to the beacon," and her eyes are just like darting side to side, like she's reading really fast. But there's this blink, and she just starts tapping it out on the floor. She's like, "I know this. Oh my god, my dad taught me this when I was little. What is it? I want in lava. I swam in lava," and she just kind of yells it. And she's like, "Shit.
and then after that, like maybe a minute later, if it's possible, like because Coda doesn't know for sure if they're getting this, but she's gonna try to blink out in Morse code the Lemihosa. She's mostly focused on running at the moment, but gonna devote just enough brain power to say Lemihosa.
All right, so Lennon is, of course, rusty AF on her Morse code. Levi. Leviosa. What? Was she watching Harry Potter? What? Oh. And she just kind of turns and actually focuses on ET as like Coda swam in fire. Apparently she's found the Lemihosa.
Great. I'm gonna go wait for her outside.
She, according to her position, I think she's about an hour, a little more than an hour away.
I'm still gonna wait for her outside. Because ET's kind of mad.
Go get some curry.
I'm
gonna take a
before you
shower.
came back.
Okay, I'm gonna take a shower. So Lennon puts her new shiny in the room she slept in and goes to take a shower.
There's no toilet paper. There's only 3 seashells.
Yeah, good thing she's going to take a shower.
Moving back. So Anna puts the device on the ground. You guys are enveloped in this bright light that, Michael, it hurts a little bit. And then you feel weightlessness. And when you're back on solid ground, you're in it's like a room, but it's like a never-ending room, and it's almost like you're surrounded by a moving cosmos. It's like you're standing in fucking space, but the floor is like a solid white, and there's just this vast nothingness around you. And your voice will kind of echo a little bit in here, and it feels weird. It feels like heavy, but it feels like almost weightless. Like if you jumped, you'd fucking float. You might even get like a little dizzy a little bit if your sense of vortex is off. And Anna says to you guys, "All right, just give her a second. She's on the way." You guys ever been in a pocket dimension before? These things are so cool. They're so cool.
Maybe.
Michael kind of nod, looking around. This ain't her first time.
Yeah, it feels pretty familiar to you, Michael.
Dante won't say anything, but he'll actually jump to see if he'll hit the ground hard or float down.
You don't hear it echo.
That's what he's doing. He's either jumping or like waving his hand in the air, seeing if it's doing anything.
That's hilarious. Like he's trying to write his name in fire. You wave your hand and nothing happens, but you jump and it doesn't echo, but you feel kind of light on your feet. Yeah, it feels like you're in a fucking like little bouncy room or something. Yeah, Dante's having a good time.
Michael would like totally roll her eyes at that hard.
Hilarious. At the far end, it's an odd thing to say, but kind of, a couple meters in front of you guys, you see what Coda saw, that a doorway forming, and it's like this, it literally looks like reality is being cut into. And then there's another bright light, and this woman walks through, and she is dressed like Coda saw. She's got these flowing black robes on. They fit her really well. She looks Asian. She's got long black hair. Her face, she's painted her face entirely white, except for a black strip right down the center of her lips. And she's smiling. as she walks over to you all.
Dante just like sharply staring at her, like real hard staring at her.
Yeah, there is lightning crackling in her eyes, and Michael, you've been enough battles to know that this is a worthy opponent.
So before she showed up, Michael might even look a little bored, but once she sees this woman and can kind of sense that, she would be a powerful opponent, she kind of perks up a bit and starts paying a bit more attention. Her eyes are praising as she kind of watches her walk over. But she doesn't return the smile yet or anything. She's kind of waiting for this woman to introduce.
I have been looking all over for you all. I am glad to see that you're safe. Very glad.
Do we know you?
No, you don't. You probably don't. You wouldn't remember. But I know you. And I want what you want. So let's just get right to the point, shall we? I want to go to Earth, and so do you, yes?
Very much.
John? Michael?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I want to go to Earth.
Great.
Michael would kind of like incline her head and she'd be like, yes, obviously we'd like to go to Earth. The question is, why do you want to go to Earth?
Because this place fucking sucks. Because Earth is home. It is our home. And we would like to go back there.
Are you an angel, finger quotes, 2?
No.
John, no finger quotes.
Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, right. My apologies.
No, my goodness, no. I do not have the honor of being an angel, no.
How long has it been since you've been to Earth?
Centuries? Many lifetimes? Many lifetimes.
How much ozone do you remember in the atmosphere?
It's an odd question, John.
Well,
Odd question.
You might not be thrilled when you get there.
It's fine. Look,
you say a percentage of ozone that you would be happy with.
John, you've seen what you were just in. You were in the Venusian Plains. I mean, I don't even think New York was as bad as that. Yeah, okay.
Michael looks really confused by this, and she asks, how are you not dead?
I have died, and I've lived again. You angels are familiar with the process of reincarnation, aren't you?
But you remember your past lives?
I make it a point to.
Okay, so you're just really long-lived.
And when she says that, it's a bit of a sharper tone.
Michael kind of arches her eyebrow at that, doesn't really like sharper tones directly.
Not directed. It's not directed at, but as she says it, it's almost like the term past lives bothers her.
Michael would still kind of look confused, but maybe a bit less so. And she would kind of like still arch an eyebrow, and she kind of isn't ready to let this topic go yet, based on like what she knows of reincarnation. And she asks, how did you remember your previous lives?
It's very, very possible for someone to do so on their own if they simply Just remember how. You don't need hoodoo or anything like that. It's you know this, Michael. It's in your DNA. It's those little quirks you have that you can't explain. You can simply remember. And
That was the case. Go ahead. No, you finish.
I was just going to say, and we have simply, unfortunately, been put on a planet that does not remember anything.
Been put on this planet by whom?
That's an excellent question, John. I wish I knew. But what I do know is that you and E.T. and London know the way home.
Michael kind of gestures at John. She points at him, and she says, "This guy?"
Me?
All of you. You all.
Oh, the collective.
Collective,
Okay.
all of you. It's you and the others. You know.
The royal you. Yeah, okay.
I'd like to remember that and how we got here.
I'm sure you would. I'm sure you would. I want to help you with that.
Do you have any idea what's been happening on Earth since we...
No. We don't have a way to contact them.
If you're stuck not going to Earth, how are you going to help us get to Earth?
Do you remember that gateway you passed through, John, to get to?
Uh-huh.
There are gateways like that here on this planet. I want you all to help me fix them. We fix them. We fix the one you passed through. We put in the right coordinates. We go to Earth.
It's like a Stargate.
It's like a Stargate. And for all the technology we have here, I don't want to cryosleep for thousands and thousands of years wandering through space trying to find my way. I needed you all. I needed people like you who remembered.
Why do we remember?
Because you were there. Because you lived there.
And you didn't?
No.
So you want to go back to
a very, 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 very long time ago. I was there briefly. I didn't live very long. Not enough that I would be able to collectively. I've tried. I remember many, many lives. Michael, trust me, if I could go there without you, I would have.
Michael is looking a bit like skeptical about some of this information. Then she would ask, "How do you know us? You know our names? You know information about us? How?"
You are special in that I was able to find you here and make you remember there.
You made us remember?
Yes, but the process isn't complete. It's why you don't remember everything. It's why you woke up confused. If the Kalturo had not interrupted when they did, we would have been able to complete the process. You are lucky. You are very, very lucky because they would have killed you.
The war machines.
No, the war machines are mine. those people that were dead on the floor, they would have killed you. And they are not war machines. I don't want war. I want freedom. I think you do too. You have lives to go back to. Michael, you have responsibilities. Dante, you have responsibilities. John, you have a life.
Not a strong sales pitch.
I mean, you could stay here if you really wanted. I mean, is it better here? Do you not want to go home, John?
I do.
See?
You mentioned that these gateways weren't operational and that you were put here. So were the gateways, were they disabled to keep you?
We think so. There is a lot about the history of why we got here that we don't necessarily know. The Kalturo, they hoard that knowledge and they don't share it with us. They control some of the gateways. I have managed to secure 2, the one on the planet that you were on and another one to the south of here.
How strong are Glaves?
Very. They're
Oh, sorry.
fighters.
I didn't character do that. I guess John's just thinking out loud.
I
I
mean,
feel like it works.
I mean, they're tier 1, so I guess they're decent.
Tell me, is it the order of operation be if we agree to go with you? Clearly, we can't go straight to Earth. What do we do after going with you?
Wonderful. Oh, wonderful. Dante, you'll help us then.
I did not say that. I want to know order of operation.
I understand. You're a businessman. Okay. Here is the order of operations then. I need you to get the rest of your team on board.
Why do we all have to be on board?
You all have pieces of the puzzle. In helping you recall information, the process will be stronger if you are all together. It is more likely that we will be able to get, it's like making a signal as strong as it can be. We need all of you. Most important, we need to make sure that it's we that control the gateways and not the Kalturo.
It's funny, Micah says the same thing about you. Who is the winning horse here?
I'm the only one that wants you to go to Earth.
That's fair.
You can go back to Micah. You can go back to the little city of hedonism. You can go run her little errand. You can go do all of that. But none of that is going to get you home.
Forgive me, what is your name again?
You may call me Arya.
He kind of like scratches his head a little bit and holds it there like he's thinking. He kind of like makes a glance toward Michael and John. But you
Out of character. Is the door we came into this pocket dimension still open behind us?
No.
Son of a gun.
Anna's standing there, though.
So Michael would ask another question. So she would ask, before you said the Kaltoro would have killed us, but one of their own saved us.
It's a very messy organization, the Kalturo, Michael, as you all well saw. The faction that is more likely to kill you is currently, as Dante put it, the winning hand. You are a threat to them. They are keeping the quote-unquote status quo on the planet, and the status quo on the planet is for whatever reason we don't leave, because we are forgotten, because we don't deserve to leave. I don't think any of you deserve that fate. I think you all deserve to go home. And I certainly want to get out of here. I make no bones about that.
Out of character, what's the Numenera equivalent of rolling insight?
It's an intelligence check.
Okay. How do I do that? Just a d20?
Just roll a d20, sure.
We'll kind of determine what Dante says next.
And what is it that Dante is trying to determine? What insight is Dante looking for?
He's trying to figure out if she's that's a good way to put it. If she is underselling herself. Like she said, currently they have the winning hand, but he's wondering if she's being modest. Like maybe withholding something.
You definitely get the sense that she's not saying everything, and but she's not making bones to hide that. When she's talking about the winning hand, or when she's talking about which side is winning, that is her interpretation of the Kalturo, and she doesn't seem to think. You don't get the sense that she's lying.
Okay.
That doesn't mean she couldn't be. That just means you don't get the sense that she is.
Right.
Is there any tech in this pocket dimension? Any?
Not aside from the cipher that brought you in.
Oh. Is that a short distance away from me?
It is a short distance away from
Yeah.
Dusk, you activate the portal.
And turn and go.
Dusk. You see Dusk, the little bright light, it shines up. Anna kind of looks like, I didn't touch it. And Dusk.
Time to go.
Dusk walks, John walks right through it. Michael, Dante, what do you two do?
I did yell time to go before.
Yeah.
Just.
Dante is actually standing still.
Michael is kind of looking around like, what the F? But she doesn't leave either.
It's just level 5. Can I can I take it with me now too?
No, you just turned it on. And you've walked through the portal. I want to help you, and I want to help you help me. Dante, I know you understand that. Michael, I think you understand that too.
Actually, there's a lot of things I don't get about this whole situation.
Fair. I want you
In
to
fact,
remember.
You keep saying that you want us to remember, and you keep painting the Kalturo as the enemy. They tried to kill us. They're a messy faction. But from what I remember of the Kalturo, they're guardians, right?
You remember a Kalturo that does not exist on this planet.
How is that possible? So they just share the same name, but they're not the same faction? That seems like a big coincidence.
No, I think what happened was they were, and then things changed. Much the way that angels were very warlike, you did in fact at one time enslave humans that you now protect. Time changes people, conscious beings, Michael. What you remember of the Kalturo of Earth, or not even of Earth, what you remember of the Kalturo there is not the Kalturo here. And it is dishonorable that they share the name of those people.
Michael nods, but she also looks like slightly uncomfortable about the mention of angel history enslaving humanity. So she kind of like side eyes Dante a little bit to kind of see what his reaction was to that piece of information.
He looks like he is really deep thinking. Like he's basically thinking about every single job he's ever had and literally every special people that he's had the pleasure of speaking to.
Okay. So Michael would kind of hold her hand up and she'd be like, all right, one more question.
Mm-hmm.
So you remember stuff that we don't remember, things that happen to us.
Mm-hmm.
So she kind of pauses and she's debating whether or not like she should admit this information, but in the end, like her curiosity kind of wins out, and like her desperate curiosity really. And she asks, "What happened to my wings?"
I feel it is best that you remember that.
Michael's definitely not satisfied with this answer, and she kind of like looks at her and she goes, "So the port toaster is not going to work."
I'm not understanding your. Do you think that you can a port? Do you think you can port yourself?
She thinks she needs DLC.
A DLC.
Michael kind of like gestures to the air behind her back and she's like, "Download it." And she says that word like she doesn't, like she understands what it means, but she's not really sure how downloading it would work into her body.
Michael, you can't download your wings. I'm sorry.
So Michael kind of takes that in stride, surprisingly.
But I think you can get your wings back. I'd be willing to bet on it. You're just in the wrong place.
Okay, so she kind of nods at that, and she would kind of let that topic go, and then she would ask, "Well, what can you tell us about what you remember and we don't? Like, I have this bug in my hand, and probably my whole body, and like." You can't say anything about the wings, anything that we experienced before, and you're kind of just like asking us to pick your side without giving us any real concrete information as to why we should.
Because you want to go back to Earth, it's that simple.
I don't think it's that simple.
Why?
Things are rarely that simple when it comes to faction war.
This isn't a faction war. I don't give a shit about the Kalturo. I want to go to Earth.
But they're the ones standing in your way, are they not?
They are.
So you are in war with them.
I wouldn't call it a war with them. I don't care about them. I want the portals and I want to go to Earth. I understand what you're saying, Michael. You think that I'm actively fighting them because that is your nature, because you are an angel. I don't see it that way. I'm not actively fighting them. If I could circumvent them, go around them, ignore them completely, believe me, I would. I've tried. I want you to have your answers. You have blank spots in your memories. Clearly, the process didn't finish. I need the others. I need you. I understand it might be more difficult to convince them. But what you can do in the meantime is simply help me reactivate these portals. Let's start there.
So if we know how to get back and we're reactivating the portals and doing all this work, what is it that you actually bring to the table to this relationship?
Do you know how to activate a portal, Michael? Do you have the technology?
I don't, but that doesn't mean that you're the only one that does.
When we open these portals, who all besides us and yourself will you bring through that?
If anyone on this planet wished to go home to Earth, I would let them.
So
The final spaceport is in an area that is very, very dangerous. My war droids can offer protection on how to get it, how to get to it. I want your help in reactivating the portals that I don't control, in hopes that I can avoid direct conflict with the Kalturo.
Finally, Dante looks her straight in the eye and says, I'm having one of those moments where character versus me, the player conflict. He looks her straight in the eye and says,
Haria, I will help you.
You help yourself, Dante. Thank you. Anna will be my contact with you. She will keep an eye on you. She will help try to keep you safe. I will give you the location to the first portal. Convince the Kalturo to abandon it, move away from it long enough that we can come and fix it. Even better if you can get the rest of your party to participate. There are geniuses in your party. They could fix the portal.
he glances at Michael. Michael and John, if he's still there.
John booked out.
I think Michael pieced out. I mean, John pieced
Yeah,
out.
John got out. John thought he was reading the vibe, and I guess not.
Michael, she would say, it would be easier to make this decision if we had our memories back. So how do we finish that process?
I agree. If all of your party members will agree, I will be happy to bring you back to the facility. Safely. And if I bring you back to the facility, you all will remember. You get back in those, you remember the Hollands, you'll get back in the Hollands. We will complete the process that was meant to be completed.
Michael is silent for a long moment as she contemplates this new information, and she says, I'm not promising anything, but I will seriously consider your offer.
Fair. Dante, I look forward to working with you. And I look forward to getting you home. I know you have someone important waiting for you.
I will do my best.
Anna will be your contact. She will see you back. She will give you coordinates. Don't waste time. Time is so precious. We don't get time back.
He kind of looks behind Matt and just acknowledgement nod and stares at Michael for a second and just nods back at Arya and says,
I'll do my best.
I believe you will. Until we meet again. And she turns around. And she walks back across the room, makes her little doorway, and she disappears through it. Anna, portal's still open. She's kind of just scratching her head. That John one. You all ready to go?
Michael nodded. Yes.
Step right through.
Michael would look at Dante and then she would step on through the portal.
You guys right back to where you were.
Hey, so I guess you weren't behind me.
Anna kind of looks at John like, did she scare you? Like, I don't, okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. She reaches into her pocket and she hands Dante a small little, it's this big data disk. This has the coordinates to the nearest Stargate to your location. You'll find Kalturo there, but I think you'll know what to do. Assess the situation. You flip it over. You see those little buttons on the back? Press the middle one 3 times. That alerts me that you're ready for a meeting. I'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
and he'll take it from her.
You all have a great day. Bye now.
Did she leave?
She leaves.
What the heck?
This will be very interesting. It's just like being back home. I love this.
Oh, I have regrets about the party I went with.
Meanwhile, back at the Sanguine Inn, London has had an amazing shower. Water pressure is great. E.T., you're standing outside waiting for Coda, and here comes Coda.
Well, Coda runs up, unbeknownst to her. At some point during the run, her calf plate has fallen off, and some twigs have kind of like caught in the mechanisms, but it's still functional. She's just running along with like a couple of wires sticking out of her leg, and got a couple scratches in various places. But intact. Runs on up, and as she approaches, kind of assessing E.T.'s stance, whether or not it's okay to run up and give a hug or not.
At this point, E.T.'s probably just really fucking worried. Like, he's mad, but he's just glad to see her.
In that case, she'll run right up into a hug, because that was terrifying.
London comes out of the room, putting the final pins in her little buns. Oh, good. Coda's back.
They're outside, Vander.
Yeah, she walks out of the room, i.e. the apartment, room, hotel, whatever, to see the hugging and is like, oh, good, Coda's back. She is dressed, by the way. It wasn't come out the shower, go outside. It was, come out the shower, do the dressing, get her little nifty new toy.
So that guy that knew John is apparently working for the Limiosa. They were ready to capture John and anyone that came with him. Speaking of, where is everyone?
Somewhere.
We should
probably go
go
check.
we should go into the room really fast. Coda, where's your leg thing? Why do you have sticks sticking out?
Oh,
We should.
yeah. She, unnoticing that, she kind of glances around and goes in.
Get you some. I'm sure they have pants in here somewhere. As she's talking, London has not stopped tippity tapping on her little glass plate and kind of doing the shifty eye thing without actually being a shifty. And after about 10 minutes, she pulls out the little chip and hands it to Coda and is like, "Here, plug this."
What chip?
It's a little micro SD card for Coda to insert. And she tells her it's your blinking micro subroutine. Your blinking and breathing subroutine. I wrote it while you were gone. Also, I made this thing so we could check your coding. Also, I made this other thing. And she holds up this little four-legged spider-looking robot critter. It's cute.
That reminds me, I brought you a present, and Coda will pull out the little insect things that are like half machine that she collected.
Leonard's like, ugh, those are cool. And she like carefully picks one up and kind of puts it on the counter in the kitchen and turns the light on and is like, oh my god, cool. And she is thusly occupied for 10 minutes.
In the meantime, Coda's gonna grab tools and stuff, start at least trying to stuff wires back in and sort of jerry rig like a calf plate, and is gonna fill ET in on kind of what happened and about the woman and the but gonna be, well, let's see. So we're in the room now. So Coda's gonna leave out certain sensitive details. We'll just kind of fill in that, like, the guy was working for the Limiosa, and a woman showed up, like, and describe like the doorway thing, but like leave out a lot of the details and kind of obviously leave out certain details, so like ET would know that there are certain things being left out, but kind of give an overview and just the general sense that if Coda hadn't made a break for it, she's not sure they would let her go.
ET is probably internally seething the more that Coda talks. And he's just going to sit there and smoke and not say anything. He's just going to let her fix herself and keep talking. Because he remembers that he's not supposed to say anything in this room. And anything that he could say right now is something that they could use against him.
E.T., you're sitting there and you're listening to Coda talk, and it's like internally freaking you out. And now all of a sudden you're starting to get a headache. And it feels like this throbbing in your temple, and it gets a little stronger and a little stronger. And now all of a sudden you're not listening to Coda, but it's like this memory is coming slamming back into your brain, and you see your mom open up the door to your room, and you've never seen her look so afraid. And it's kind of like hard to hear her, and you're trying to like grasp onto this memory, but you keep hearing her say, we have to go now, we're out of time, I don't think it worked, we have to go. And then it kind of fades out, but the headache lingers, and Coda's voice slowly drifts back in.
Can E.T. tell how old E.T. is in the memory?
Yeah, it's like the last memory you had.
It wouldn't have been because E.T. didn't live at home with his parents. He lived at home with Coda.
He lived at home with Coda?
Yes.
She still came.
So it was like, well, Coda wouldn't know, but it was the memory like in their apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Now E.T.'s not just mad. E.T.'s really confused and starting to freak out. And he can hear that Coda's still talking. And he's going to reach out. And he's going to grab her hand and just squeeze. It's not going to be like physically painful or anything like that if Coda could sense something like that, which we know she can't, but if she could, like, it's more of just like a gentle pressure.
Coda stop where, like, just stop what she's doing and focus and try to she'll just like stand there and wait for E.T. to.
Coda's probably going to notice that E.T. is visibly shaking. And E.T.'s just going to look at her and say, game over.
And I'm going to pause you, stop you right there, because that is perfect. I need to go talk to chat, but before I do, the last thing I'll say is Michael, John, and Dante, as you guys are walking back through the bazaar, John, you're chatting along, I'm sure, and you think you see a figure that you recognize out of the corner of your eye in the crowd. And Michael, you could swear that someone is praying to you right now. And as you feel it, you feel this searing pain in your back where your wings should be. And it only lasts for a moment, and then it fades away, and whoever was praying to you stops. And now I have to leave you all and go talk to chat.
Emergency music. Emergency.
Hi, chat. Let's go to that underground room where Micah's room is. Micah is sitting at her desk and looking over paperwork. It looks like boring work. And then in her room, on the other side of the room where Dio normally sits, who has gone to go and fetch our PCs, we see a bright light. That same doorway forming. And we see that woman, Arya, come into the room. And we see that Micah is very startled. She does not expect to see Arya there. And she looks at her and she says, "You shouldn't be here." And she says back to Micah, "Well, I'm tired of playing nice." Micah puts up a good fight. She puts up a really good fight. But Micah doesn't win. And in her final moments, as she's laying on the ground dying, Micah begins praying. And she prays to the Archangel Michael. And that's some of the last things that she does before the light fades from her eyes. And I hope that you all join us next week to find out what happens next.
Previously on The Forgotten.
Door, riddle me this. Can you survive if we take you off the hinges?
I mean, my existence is not... Yes, I could survive.
London, I need help. This door can come with us.
Oh my.
This can be our hotel door. And then people can't come into our hotel unless they answer the thing's riddles. And everybody back at the end is dumb AF. They will never figure it out.
Oh my god.
London taps herself on the chin for a minute, thinks about it, and is like, you know what? That's not a fucking bad idea. How do we take the door off the hinges?
All right,
That's great.
As you guys, E.T.,